Okay, here I am. Sorry that took so long. I'm working on something that's kind of like a longer term project. I should close it down, unfortunately. Um, yeah, because otherwise I'm not going to do what I need to do today. Okay, save and exit game. I'm making like these fashion mannequin things out of Sims stuff, and I don't have to do a ton more with it right now, so I'm just not gonna worry about it. But yeah, I was messing around with some poses and yeah. Okay, so time to do Housekeep-a-thon. So announcement, this stream will be changing just a bit. Uh, not today, but probably next week, where it's going to have, it's not a huge change actually, but what will happen is it'll start off with Housekeep-a-thon as we have been doing it, and then the hour right in the middle is going to be for a little bit of a more podcast style so that it can be um, sent over to Hip Hop for Change 24-hour radio station and we can share discussions about autism and just general stuff about why we have a peer support space. So to create like kind of a peer support discussion time is the idea. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Um, yep, I think that's all there is to say. Let me just edit something really quickly before I can't. Okay, I'm back. I don't know what that was. I'm glad that I quit my Sims game in that case, otherwise that would have been happening probably even more, I would assume. I'm just fixing something really quickly. Save. Alrighty, and then da da da. I kind of like that one. Oh no, I like this one. This one, this one. I think that's reasonable. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and crop this. I'm trying to make more body types for this thing that I've made. So that's what that is. Let me just do this. Boop. Hi. This is one of the body types I made. I'm just gonna actually, you know what? Here, wait. Stream. Let's go back here because it's gonna be easier for me to just transition stuff off screen. But yeah, so basically, 1 to 2 is going to be this new podcasty type of thing, and it's gonna be called Square Peg Roundtable. Ha ha. Um, yeah, and I what I really want to focus on too is not only discussion, but kind of like a podcast that shows troubleshooting a bit as well. So if processing is part of that troubleshooting, then great. But other things may also come up, like success with certain things or realizations when trying certain techniques. Okay, great, awesome. I'll have everything ready soon. I'm just finishing what I was doing really quickly. Uh, yeah, and then I have to move this. Then I'm not as distracted as I currently am. Where did everything go? I guess it went. That's a good question. Um, open File Explorer, open public pictures. Okay, let me grab the ones I took today. I'm not sure where I'm going to use them, if it's that one or that one. I feel like that body type, it still doesn't seem quite as big as I was aiming for it to be. Sims is not the best about some fuller sized bodies. I don't know. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, I wanted to have more variety than I already did. Focus on body positivity. I feel like that's the right pose for this guy because he looks confident. And that's part of what I want. Yeah. I think that's the right pose because then he could wear like lots of cool layers and shit. Okay, I'm gonna take that one out then. Alright. Cool. Alright, I did what I needed to do. I'm gonna open up the other thingy. And that will be that. Okay. Not Zoom, what am I doing? Discord. They're both blue-ish. Actually, they're not really. Discord's like purple. Well, I don't know. Yeah, no, it's blue. But it's not as. You know what? I'm just rambling. Rambly. That's what I'm doing. Too much rambling. Okay, so let's go here, let's go here, let's go here. Let's go Housekeep-a-thon. And if nobody joins me today, that is totally okay. I was just gonna talk about I got also, why is the stream time wrong? Did I do that and then forget? That is totally wrong. 12 to 3 p.m. Okay. Pop out. Okay, now I think I'm fine. Oh, not really. JK. Properties. I always like have to reset my audio because it doesn't want to be on the right one. Okay, so that should be fine if anyone comes in. All right, so I got something called the Unplanner. Is that, or what is it called? The Anti-Planner, which is made by someone who has ADHD and is just generally neurodivergent. And I was gonna mess around with that. And yeah, just do Housekeep-a-thon. Hi. Yeah, so I had pre-ordered this. It's this thing called the Anti-Planner, and I was going to use some of the things that it says and make it even better. I'm looking for things in it in particular that work for me and don't. It's quite fun looking. I'm glad that I got it. I think I might actually recommend it, but it depends on if I'm able to actually use it. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, it's really interesting. See, this is the problem. It's like list out all the steps, which steps are technically optional. Of the remaining step, what takes top priority? This is what I'm saying, like this is a book for people. Oh, it's low? Oh, hold on. Give me a second. I can put the mic closer to my face. Is that better? It's kind of, wait. Is that better? Is that better? Okay, I'll do that then. Yeah, so yeah, even this anti-planner, when it says like if you're overwhelmed, how to break down tasks, and I disagree with this because everything is about steps and priority, baby step. I just think this is the wrong metaphor for some people's brains. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of stuff that I find interesting. If I'm able to use it, we'll see if I am. Anywho, but I need to teach you cognitive factoring, by the way, support why I haven't gotten back to you. I'm just a little bit falling downhill right now. I have my freestyle event tonight, and I'm also supposed to do another thing. I'm peaking. Oh, shit. How about there? Is that better? Let me just keep updating me about how it's going. Um, but yeah, so I have that tonight, and that's at like starts at 6, and I have to get there early, and I still want to go over the games that I want to use, and I have to get there early to make sure the sound is like not crazy, and even if it's kind of not that organized this time, that's okay. I think, I hope. um, but yeah, I've been like kind of rolling downhill is what I'm saying, and just kind of like trying to hit things on my way down that I need to do, if that makes sense as an analogy. So I'm not really very ready to do anything, and yet there's things that I've already been lined up that I need to do, and I just needed to get through this period of things, and then I can choose to do things more or less. But that was not realistic because I have been just trying to do the things that are necessary and deal with anything that comes up with the very limited sense of where I am. I'm confused right now, basically. I'm disoriented, confused, and yet there's things that were scheduled before I even got sick that I need to do and am doing, which is good, but there's very little else that's happening because I'm confused. Yeah. I also just generally think I'm in a weird headspace. And when I was, oh, well, yeah, there's a lot going on in my head and in my internal life, I guess. I'm not even sure what to call it. There's a lot that I need to address or deal with. Some of it's related to health, some of it's related to my brain, some of it's related to work, some of it's related to music. Yeah. Yeah, one day at a time. There we go. Yeah, thank you. What time should we be there? Like 4, 5? I was thinking like 4:30, at least 5. But 5 probably is fine. Honestly, like I think there's only okay, realistically speaking, it's probably better to get there at 5 because that gives me more time at home to look over the games for tonight and the music and my laptop and just my equipment. And then that would be less stressful to do all of that here instead of like rush and not have everything comfortable. I want to write a couple things down and like print out even potentially some of the information from tonight. I don't know. Like maybe I need a sign up for an email, or like I got to figure out little last details. So yeah, so I think 5 is cool. Is that in a half hour? Oh, no. Yeah, West Coast, that's a long time from now. So it's only 12:30 right now. Do we have a tripod solution? Yeah, I don't think you should worry about filming today, because the thing is, it's so new that anybody just like doing a little bit of something on their phone is probably just perfectly great, because I don't think it's going to be film ready. And also, I don't know how people feel about being filmed anyway. So let's not this time. It feels too opportunistic, and I'm not even ready for the opportunity. But I think like later. It's cool that this is happening, but I don't have to like overdo it. Anyways, okay, so now for the guiding you through part of this. Number 1, I haven't eaten anything today, and I'm about to accidentally give myself a migraine off of that alone. If anybody needs to eat before we get started or get a drink of water or something, please do that. I'm gonna go get like protein shake stuff, so I'll be right back. But think about what you would like to clean by walking around and look at things. Like literally, what I would like you to do is walk around, quickly take a glance at everything that you might like to do during this time. You could also, if you see anything that is in a weird spot, that just picking it up will help you to know, hey, I want to work on this today. That's a helpful thing I just did. You could try that. What else? What else? What else? Also, yeah, just go everywhere that you might be cleaning or moving shit around and think about the things you see. Just think about them. I don't even care what you think. I think as an autistic person, we need to orient ourselves with all of the objects we can get that we care about, and just go ahead and walk around and notice objects you care about, and don't ask anything beyond that. Like, I mean, if your brain wants to supply you with more, that's cool, but if it doesn't, great. Doesn't matter. Unimportant. The exercise is just walk around, look at things. I'm moving a couple things over to laundry, just so that I start that, and then actually, you know what? I'm going to trust myself that I'll still remember laundry if I go get a cup. So yeah, keep walking around. Keep walking around, look at things, acknowledge things, see things. I'm back making my drink. Okay, other question. How are people's kind of processing of this past week going? Is there anything you would like to process whilst on stream? Is there anything that you would like us to have as a topic? Yeah, we should have something for promo material. Like, feel free to bring whatever you want. By the way, I just acknowledge that, but you know, not too much. It really doesn't have to be anything extravagant. Yeah, is there any topics that people have had kind of floating around? Mine has been kind of, I had COVID, now I don't have COVID. Also, life is confusing. Like, just kind of that general. I feel, not overwhelmed. I feel constantly in a state of confusion. Also, where the hell did those bags go? Did I run out of bags? Okay, well, that's not great. I feel inadequate. That's what it is. Play it by ear. I'll probably just take pictures. That's perfect. That's great. I feel I have been comparing myself more to hypothetical people who don't have autism, because that's sort of, I've been diagnosed since 2019, right? And that's where I'm at, where it's like, okay, I am this odd category of person where I certainly could have gone my whole life without an autism diagnosis because of some of the other traits that are mixed in and abilities. My level of impairment doesn't seem so very obvious, so it's entirely possible for it to go unacknowledged forever. However, that did not happen, and now I can acknowledge it, but I also realize the limitations of what we actually have been able to know about autistic people, and I don't think there's phenomenally good advice or support yet for the impairments that I do have. So it's really easy still to kind of just compare myself to other people and just Like there's not as much in the way to say like that doesn't even make sense. That's not appropriate. You finally don't compare yourself to others. Awesome. Yeah, the theme of I think where I am right now is really just don't compare myself to others, which is it's gotten a lot better. But now it's like that really sticky, stubborn stuff is left, apparently, is what it feels like, and maybe it is. So now I'm trying to get that done and over with. But it's tricky because also, occasionally I'll get feedback that's like, oh, think about, for example, with music, it's like, think about your audience and who wants to hear you and do and like all that stuff. And I'm like, I don't know. And it's probably not very healthy for me to think about that. I'm also so bad at it that like I just it almost stops me from writing. It's like I have no idea who my audience is. And that's okay. My audience is people who like the weird stuff that I want to make and that I've made parts of but need to finish. Like I think that's what's been tripping me up, maybe that's true, is this idea of like, oh, this has to look a certain type of way when it's done because there's a certain type of person that's more likely to give a crap about me, and I should make the music for the person that's most likely to give a crap about me. And that's been not helpful. And I don't think that was what was intended either, to, you know, have that lodge into my brain whenever I got whatever advice I got. But that is what occurred. So all right, I'm finally drinking protein, and now I finished the laundry.
Hi, Jane.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I think one of the big realizations I've had is that as autistic people, we have no choice except to accept who and what we are and pursue that.
Mm-hmm.
And it may or may not be able to be successful on holistic terms. And there's nothing we can do about that innately at like the highest level.
Right.
Right? We can do little things, right? Of course, it's not like it's hopeless to try to adapt into their systems. But the high scale things, like, and this was brought up by what you were saying about trying to like figure out your audience for what you're creating. I don't think that makes any sense for our brains.
Right.
And trying to do that is just going to fuck up your brain.
Yep, that's what it feels like it was doing.
Right? Is that our brains finds areas of special interest and then want to develop and cognifacture around those areas.
Yep.
And so we have to almost like intentionally avoid advice that isn't developed with our brains in mind.
Yes, exactly. What I'm finding too is that advice that isn't developed with our brains in mind has all these like landmines in it. Like you're kind of, yes, you can possibly hop skip around, but then if you try to just go straight across as if we could go in a line in the first place, it's going to just implode everything. I know what it feels like to be happy, and everything that I've done has been well, if I chose to do it, I get to be happy. If other people's advice and ideas are leading the conversation or directing what's happening, then I'm just not happy. And I think that's confusing to explain, because I don't have words for when I'm not cripplingly disabled. And that's what I call happy.
Right. And that's Right. And that's a very sort of depressing thing to realize is like that's our bar for happy at the moment
Yes.
because facing being crippled by our disability is such the par,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. And I think,
Um,
oh, go ahead.
oh, I think that I just came up with a useful analogy because you've been telling me about how basically our brains aren't able to do one type of thinking.
Hmm.
And so we build an analogy of people who have two types of thinking that they can just shift between, and we have just one, which is that we go back to your map metaphor, and they are people who have an extra dimension. So it's like they're playing a Mario game where they could jump,
Hmm.
and we are playing the Mario game where we can't jump. All we can do is walk back and forth,
Right.
right? And so if we try to follow their maps, they're like, okay, well, you just go on this straight line, and sometimes you jump.
Hmm.
And then for us, it's like, okay, we go in this straight line, and sometimes we fall into pits.
Right.
And it doesn't matter how much we try to jump if that's not a button we have,
Yes, exactly.
right?
Yes. And it feels incredibly bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting that I could potentially not feel bad without it being random good luck, or sometimes it was like this, I don't want to call it a survival instinct, but something where I was like, I have to do it this way, or else it's over. It's over. Like it's like sometimes that's how I motivated myself, even, was to think, remember the
Mm-hmm.
times that you told yourself it's it's this or it's over. I thought I was motivating myself, but what I think actually happened was I was acknowledging some limitation caused by impairment and then doing the only thing that was actually available to me, but I thought it was a choice.
Mm-hmm. So basically, those were moments where you were already facing a lack of choice and desperation.
Mhm.
And you thought that you were intentionally sort of triggering this ability to get past that. But what
Yeah.
it was that you were already in crunch mode and had to do it.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
that's the only reason you did it
Right.
already.
Right. Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah, because every time it's like, if people tell you you have multiple choices and you chose the weird one, when what actually happened was that other choice isn't there for me. I
Mm-hmm.
can't. And that's I will always understand how confusing that is, given the fact that I seem to be similar to people who aren't who can't imagine what it's like to have a brain that like doesn't understand the concept of a priority, or
Right.
genuinely can't follow the metaphor of doing steps, like having it break something down into steps, making you know what was funny, one of the things that I read in this book that I got, the anti-planner, which I think I probably will find value from, I'll try, but immediately I was looking for, you know, pizza threads, is a thing that we call it for people who don't
Mm-hmm.
know. But I was looking for things that don't really fit, that won't work with my brain, because it's not possible for that. And one of the things that they had was about being overwhelmed. So that was a little frustrating already, that it's like, okay, you're in this overwhelmed area. And it was saying to like break things down into actions, like INGs, right? Like into verbs.
Mm-hmm.
That's never worked for me. And I had a class that I used to teach, that was like that bar fitness stuff I was doing, where they told us to give corrections as verbs. So looking, um, feeling, moving, gliding, pushing, pressing, these sorts of things, right? And that doesn't even help me that much, because
Mm-hmm.
what is pressing? What is pushing? I'm more interested in the exact object.
In objects, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what's interesting is like, so all objects are also verbs because time is happening. Like, I hate to break it to people, but things disintegrate over time. And like, this idea of like volitional movement is what they're trying to say. They're trying to say you are doing something. But even that model of doing doesn't have at its core the way that I navigate. This is why I'm saying there's like a doing
Right.
type 1 and a doing type 2. And
Hmm.
and even that alone, this like emphasis that if you think about the verb, the ing, then you'll be fine because you'll move to the next thing that you need to do, whatever. But I need to know about the thing, not the not the verb that you apply to the thing. I need to know the thing. The verb is an emergent property of the thing to me. Like,
Right. If you understand all of the qualities of the thing, then you'll know what verb needs to be done to it to transform it into the version of the thing that you want, right?
exactly. Like right now I'm holding a cup. The cup is now connected to what I call the me object. So I have a cup object connected to the me object. This is how I'm able to drink. Why am I drinking? I mean,
Right.
I have to. It's a thing. I have to put food in my stomach, and then my body does magic with it or some shit, right? So, but how many things could I do with this cup? Right? Like, pretty fucking obviously, if I put something in the cup, it's ready to drink. I'm not thinking about drinking it. I just I modified the cup. I changed the qualities and the features of the cup.
This
So
is no
now,
longer an empty cup. This is a cup of water,
mm-hmm,
right? A
right.
cup of water you could drink from. You can't drink from a cup. A cup is empty.
And when the cup, after I drink, the cup has different properties. Like this one in particular, I made a protein shake in, right? So,
Hmm. And so
uh,
now it is a dirty cup that you need
right,
to clean before you could then, yeah.
yeah. And to me, that feels like a radically different object.
Hmm.
And sometimes, like, probably what I could do to make this less painful is to like wash it out really well, fill it up with water, drink water out of it the rest of this day, so I don't have to wash it immediately.
Hmm.
Um, because if I don't do that, it's just going to crust over because, again, objects are verbing objects and
Right.
time make shit happen.
No, that makes perfect sense. Also, they're like, just think of the action verb thing. I'm just like, okay, but what if it's a Rubik's Cube?
Right.
Like, you don't just, okay, turning. I'm just turning it.
Right.
No, you have to think about this.
Right. Right.
You have to understand the object.
Exactly. Exactly. And so they're doing it too. See, this is my point. This is the 3D analogy works really well. They're doing all this stuff, but they're flexibly moving between this idea of, and I think this ultimately impacts their sense of self, but this idea of themselves moving towards something can become like a proxy of themselves that moves. Like they have this sense of themselves that's this
Mhm.
visual spatial metaphor that just lives with them all the time. And when I say them, it's just people who don't have whatever autism, or this may go, I don't know how far this disability really goes, but I think it's a very real disability, because I just hear people saying like incantations all the time and are like, oh, it worked. I'm like, how
Go back to when you were saying, like, when you feel happy, it's because you're not feeling disabled.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think there is a layer of expectations that you can take off of yourself that will free you up from that feeling. Um, because I feel like I've mostly done it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and mm, okay, it's too far from when you were talking about it for me to retract my larger thought process.
Oh, poop.
Just said retract. It makes enough sense that it's not quite the word I was
Yeah,
going for.
I know what you're gonna say. Yeah,
Retrieve.
retrieve.
There we
Yeah,
go. Yeah.
I can talk more on that too, though, because like that's sort of,
Hmm.
I would like to get past or get past. See, I hate all these fucking, all the metaphors that
You
I've learned.
right. You would like to disassemble
Yes, yes.
it, right?
It's like it's yes. So much of what I have are things I know that I built. I used to say that
Hmm.
I built myself. So when somebody complimented me, I'm like, "Thank you. I made this." And not in a weird way, because people could certainly interpret that in strange. But what I mean by that is that I I I build things. I am a thing. So my awareness of building myself is always present and always has been. But I
Hmm.
also built things out of necessity that I don't even like, and
Yeah.
I don't know what to replace with.
Hmm. Right. And I'm at a place where I got safe enough that I was able to disassemble some of those
Hmm.
negative things that I built
Yes.
without replacing them immediately.
Right, right, right.
And it just gives me space to exist without blaming myself.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because that's a lot of, I guess the way to describe it is that there's all this mental machinery that we built that tries to like berate us into acting
Hmm.
not disabled.
Yes.
And it's a good first step to simply take apart the self-beration machine.
Right, right. Yes. Actually, that's really well said, and that makes a ton of sense to me. Yeah. What did I build? I built so many versions of it,
Mm-hmm.
because I didn't know. Okay, when things were better, I could never figure out what I did or what changed, because I know I was working off the wrong set of information, so there was no way for me to figure out that something was having a positive effect on something that I didn't even have a name for.
Oh, and that makes me think of like Skinner boxes and the fact that the way to get someone the most hooked is to present them with a button that will, at random intervals, give them the reward.
Mhm.
And so
Mhm.
the fact that we didn't understand what we were doing that made it work, that it would happen sometimes, it made us just try to hit that button constantly with anything that we thought was hitting it. And
Right.
so any negative thing we were doing to ourselves, if we associated it with the fact that we succeeded at something, we're going to be like, okay, that was great. Let's put lots of that everywhere now.
Mhm.
Right? Even
Mhm.
though it was probably a model of like an extreme self-harming model of
Yes.
the like criticism we would get from others.
I think I went even so far as sometimes I would get unhelpful feedback about or stereotyping or typecasting of what people thought I was.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, I knew that wasn't what I was, but when I was struggling to get things done, I would even just like think about, oh well, what would somebody with that problem do, or what would I mean,
Mm.
to the point, one of the things I did once I was really frustrated about um eating as a stim. It was a
Mm-hmm.
very uncomfortable time, and then when I stopped dancing, I got too fixated on the weight I was gaining, which was never an issue for me. That's what's so wild. But when I originally slimmed down for ballet following a nutritionist's advice, they thought that I had anorexia because I got really skinny, and I think it's
Mm-hmm.
just my genes, and I always had been stimming with food and I just wasn't. So I just like became ballet weight, and that was,
Mm-hmm.
but it was at the time there was a lot of girls with eating disorders, so they just said I was lying about eating in front of my dad. It was a mess. It was a mess. And then like I remember thinking to myself like, oh, I should just get mad at my body and yell at my body because that's what people with that problem would do,
Oh
even though,
no.
yeah, even though I don't actually feel that way about myself at all. And like,
Right.
it's like that's how weird it gets, where it's like, well, okay, I'm not doing X, Y, or Z goals, and I think those are all one unit, like those are all one item. Like some of these goals are things that I want to have in my life, right? And if I'm not reaching them, sometimes I'll I'll kind of like get confused about what item I should be trying to acquire
Mm-hmm.
and how to get it. And then the instructions for how to get the item are whatever I absorbed through all these random experiences. And it's so incredibly confusing because it's just like it's people telling me what they thought I was, and then I'm like, well, I can't seem to move, so why don't I try to move like one of those people?
Right.
I've even like gone into like chaos mode a few times in my life because people have thought that I must have done or do drugs because I'm so weird. I don't even know what it's like to be someone who does drugs, and I've run around leaning into like chaos mode hoping that people would, I don't know, magically give me their magic key where like stuff happens. I don't understand how to get to the objects that I care about. So then, like, gosh, this is so difficult to explain. My brain has just latched on to things I can yell at myself about,
Mm-hmm.
that I saw on television or in movies. I've seen characters do them. I imagine people do them. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I know that people move, people do things in this mystical, magical way that I can't. So even like imitating any kind of person that people thought I was, I've done that. That's so freaking weird to try to put into words, but I just wanted to move. And even if somebody saw me as a shithead, at least shitheads move.
Mm-hmm. And to go back to the metaphor about like jumping over pits, um, you've gotten over a lot of pits by like throwing yourself down a hill in a way that makes you ricochet over the pit.
Right.
And that is not a workable solution
No.
to the problem, right? You need to, at the very least, learn to like build jump boots, but
Mm-hmm.
even more likely, it will be better not to try to emulate what those people are doing at all, and to instead build a bridge or do something like a complete different solution to the problem than what they're doing.
Right. I think the kind of problem that I actually have has been, okay, it's been clocked by people, but then labeled totally wrong. And this has happened repeatedly. I have been accused of having about 7 after school specials worth of shit that I don't even have. Like, and most of these things are things that literally I would have to have done something for it to be true, not like people are accusing me of having some personality issue or whatever. Like,
Mm-hmm.
literally, people have tried to explain the issues that I'm having, saying that I must be doing behaviors that I'm not.
Right. Right. And it's just that they don't understand who/what you are.
Yes,
Right.
right. And they can't because it's a very tricky. Well, okay, so if I'm correct, then I gotta stop saying that. Basically, I just have to believe I'm. This is okay. Let me start this over. I have to believe I'm right at this point. The disability that I have and that you have, that's
Mm-hmm.
shared amongst at least autistic people, but I don't even know where the lines will be drawn one day. That disability is so difficult to conceptualize that it's still not named.
Right. And it's so difficult to conceptualize that there is no concept of it out there in the world.
No.
Right. And so, of course, random people who aren't even psychologists don't know about it.
Mhm.
Right. We don't even know about it. Psychologists don't even understand it.
Right.
We have it. Right.
Right. Right. Exactly.
And just to slightly correct your wording, it's not that you have to assume that you are right. It's that you have to realize that your working model and whatever permutations you come to are your only chance to get things done.
Mhm.
Right? It
Mhm.
could turn out that you're completely wrong, but that just means that you have another piece of information for working on this puzzle, and then you'll make your next model, and then that is the one we'll follow, right?
Mhm. Exactly.
Um, just yeah, the wording of like you have to assume you're right is not the correct way to word that
Right,
concept.
right. It's okay. It's there's multiple things that I'm a little bit uncomfortable with being this level of unique,
Mm-hmm.
especially at least in America, and I think Canada. I think maybe all of the Western cultures, being unique is like this weird, like, I guess like a golden calf or something. Like some people are striving towards it, and other people say that those are heathens and kill the heathens. You're not supposed to do that on some level, and yet you're also supposed to be unique. It's very strange. So
Well, you're
yeah,
only allowed to be unique if you are someone like Trump or Elon Musk,
right.
right? You basically have to be proven by being a financial success, quote
Yeah,
unquote, to be
yeah,
allowed the idea of being unique, because
right.
that has been incorporated into their belief structure, is this idea of like a good, valuable, useful person makes money
Hmm.
easily and lots of it, right?
So yes, and okay. So sometimes I lose. Let me start this over. I sometimes lose my nerve a bit because I'll discover something, and this falls in this category of things that I've discovered and worked on over time,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll talk to somebody who's supposedly an expert, or I'll kind of
Mm-hmm.
interface with the world at large, and it's like I'm on another planet because
Yeah.
these things don't exist to other people. Like the problems don't exist, the ideas don't exist. So
Mm-hmm.
uh, that's very nerve wracking because then I have to say, not only is it probable that I got this right, but also I have to remind myself, like, how many people even do these activities I'm talking about? How many people actually think
Right.
this way? And it's I have to say it can't be high. Like, I don't think it is.
Right. Right. And that makes sense because, great man theory is bunk, right? The
Yes.
people who get highlighted as the great man are just the person who is first successful at synthesizing the ideas of the time
Right.
into the next idea of the time,
Hmm.
right? And like we've both done this, is like come up with very wide reaching, unique ideas that don't seem to have been touched upon by anyone else out there. And it is an extremely strange experience. And you question yourself because, like, where is everyone else? Why am I coming up with this idea? But I think you're right. It's that almost nobody thinks about those specific ideas from the angles that we're looking at them from,
Right.
right? It's not that we're uniquely capable, it's that we're uniquely situated to be
Hmm.
looking at certain ideas from certain angles.
Right, exactly. And then the idea of like what it means to be capable, then I'm again going to be butting heads with the society around me and what they consider that to be. And I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
well, how do if I'm the person making it, who's supposed to be my teacher? Like, who's, you see what I'm saying? I have to go to people somehow who are actually doing something else that is related, that I've been studying without them knowing it, and then ask them if they are willing to be, somebody that helps me to realize this idea more fully, because if I am correct, this is incredibly important. It's not even about me. I'm going to cry. It's not even about me. I know how painful this is.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second.
Yes, of course. Take your time.
I know how painful this is, and I know what it feels like to be afraid that your life will be defined by that pain, and to think about the other ways that people are in pain, to try to say that that's not acceptable, that as if I want my life to be defined by it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that if anyone else has this kind of disability, then they must be experiencing something similar, because you are left with very few options besides that.
Um, So a thing that should be really useful to keep in mind is that ideas spread mimetically. So that means once you have a successful tool that is useful, it will propagate to those who need it when they see it, right? So all you need to focus on is finding the tool that will work, the
Right.
idea that explains this, and then you just put it out there a couple places and people will find it, and then it will spread like a virus, right? It will spread through all the people who are good carriers for it.
Right.
And
Right.
it will happen quickly because we have social media now,
Right.
right?
Which is
You'll only have
amazing.
to be picked up by a couple people who try it out, find it works, and then they won't stop talking about it for the next 50 years
Yes. Yes.
because nothing else works,
Exactly.
right? Like, imagine we had never created the concept of picking up a stick and using it to poke things. And here we are in the current age, and you put up a Instagram video of like, look what I can do, and you pick up a stick and you poke something with it. Like, that idea would go viral.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whew. I think that's very. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to re-listen to that part too, so that I can absorb it more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, when I'm. Oh gosh, it's just so painful to not know. Oh gosh, how to explain this? I think the phenomenon that I've lived is to have a disability, to be very, very impacted by it,
Mm-hmm.
and to have no way of knowing it's there as according to anybody talking to me, or that I'm reading, or that I'm looking at, or that I'm observing, or that so then
Mm-hmm.
when when this disability is an active component of my life, I feel it,
Mm-hmm.
and it makes you not want to tell anyone, because they'll say something that's so unhelpful, so wrong, possibly judgmental. It could
Mm-hmm.
create even more problems than the disability itself, or the pain of not being able to 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 do what clearly everyone is doing. And they don't know it. They don't realize that they have this ability, because it's so normal. It's
Mm-hmm.
so common. It's everywhere. And it's in people that are admired, it's in people that are reviled, it's in people that make it, it's in people that fail, it's in all kinds of people, but it's not in me.
Mm-hmm. And like a massive part of it is that this invisible disability it impacts us severely.
Yes.
It is a severely impacting disability
Yes.
that is invisible and was invisible even to us for so long, right?
Right. Oh.
and like I can't even read any sort of literature about autism because the extrapolations the experts have made about what this disability is are so like wrong and insulting feeling to me
Yeah.
that I can't even try to look for like the useful things within that.
Right.
I can't.
They've identified the presentation of it, more than they've
Right.
understood what it is.
They've identified that some people have this disability,
Hmm.
and they have looked at them, and then they have made wrong conclusions about why it looks like that.
Right, exactly. Which,
And
which is not
that,
very dissimilar to our whole lives, might I add.
yeah, and it is, and also they only seem to look at it in actual children. And
Hmm.
so I think it would be infantilizing even if they talked about it in adults, but they're talking about it in actual children. And so it is the most infantilizing for me to try to go into there and find useful takeaways.
Right, right. Yeah. And it's like, and it's so funny with everything that I've looked at in autism, I have to find the most accomplished and yet the most oddball researchers to feel that I've made any sort of progress in my understanding so far. And that's great. Like, I work with a specialist who's an oddball, and those are the people that I think are doing the right kinds of work, if anyone is. But even then, it's seen as a niche thing. Like, the problem is that autism is considered, because it has a name, to be on the same level of other disorders that are known well. And there's many things that have this issue besides autism, where there's this benefit of the doubt that's extended because many things that are named are understood well.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not the case. I'm grateful for the name, very grateful. And it's even changed in the period of time when I first thought I should get assessed to when I did. Technically speaking, I would have been given a slightly different name, but that one's out. Just showing the fickleness of which this actually is going to move in the future. It's not going to be. It doesn't matter what you
Right.
call it.
The name that it has now is not the name it's going to have in the future. It's going to be, the labels are going to change.
Yes.
And so it's being treated as if it is a solved problem, and the labels aren't going to change.
Right.
And then it's the simple thing. It's autism, but no, it is more complicated than that. And we
Yes.
don't know all the ways yet.
Mhm. Mhm. Exactly. That felt very. I can tell when there's some versions of crying where I'm actually processing much older thoughts,
Mm-hmm.
and I can tell. And I can. I've always been able to tell. It's not something that I've been able to say out loud. A lot of the things that I say out loud that I know I'm doing on a public platform, and maybe this would be a good episode to submit to the podcast. So
Yeah.
maybe someone will be listening to this right now. But I have this awareness of like how ridiculously absurd some of the things that I end up uh, honestly having done over my life, right? And you like, I have this idea in my head of like the sort of stereotypical madman who thinks he's Jesus and la la la. So this idea of being delusional is something that I also could perhaps dismantle and take apart and
Mm-hmm.
disassemble. I need to disassemble that, but I hit myself with that one a lot because I know that people can be cruel,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want my life to bring out those people. I don't want what I actually have been doing to bring out those people that want to ridicule. That sucks, and I've experienced it, and it sucks. So I've tried various methods to get off their radar, to be less attractive of a target. I've read books. I've looked at, obviously your videos on YouTube. Who doesn't do that? But I mean, this is an obsession since I first started to realize this was a problem, which I would have been, somewhere around 10 when I started actively trying to figure this out. And
Mm-hmm.
that was because it sucks when you're genuinely being yourself, talking about what has happened in your life, and it's possible that that paints you as a target for people that are really mean. And because you're weird, some people might not even be comfortable being in the vicinity of a weirdo. So the people that aren't cruel still may not want to help because they may be confused by it, alarmed by it, any measure of things, overwhelmed by it. But I live it. So it's like that's the problem that I'm hitting right now. And there's so many people that must be having some version of this, and it doesn't have to be exactly
Mhm.
mine. But since I'm struggling to make words for it, I know that it's something that isn't being covered sufficiently. But my point earlier, before I derailed onto this, was that I know when my emotions are when I'm crying, when I'm using that to process uh, things that I had to leave unprocessed, objects that are not put together properly because I didn't have enough parts, or there was just no way for me to assemble that into a thing that I could understand at the time. So I just left the parts. So it feels like I'm taking the parts and putting them together. And then it's just done. The way that I experience it is it's just done. That object
Mhm.
now is more complete than it was, and I even have a better sense of, what it might need to be further completed. When it's a pile on the floor, that's when it's the hardest.
Oh, this makes sense. This is something I've experienced, is that there have been times when I have interfaced with certain like emotional baggage or like complicated issues that show up in emotional ways, and I simply one time think about it differently,
Mhm.
and I change the mental object that's causing those issues.
Yes.
And then the entire psychological emotional issue is just gone, is just
Exactly.
fixed
Exactly.
going forward.
Yes.
And it is something I've been aware of, not like it shouldn't be possible for me to do that going off my model of other people.
Exactly. Likewise. Very strongly relate to what you're saying, and can, yeah, I mean, this is the first time I've heard it said, but yes.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, exactly that, where it shouldn't work like that. Or sometimes people would keep trying to tell me how to solve it, and I'm like, you're not talking about the same object as me, and you're not giving me things I
Mm-hmm.
need for these objects. Like, these objects don't make sense with what you're giving me, and that frustrates people. But I'm like, no, my mind is trying to put it together. That's what my mind does. It treats everything like objects, and this should be understandable because of what we've evolved from. Of course, every conceptual object is just the same as an object. Why wouldn't it be? It's the only way for us to understand anything is to work off of the foundation of being a sense-based organism that can move. For me, I
Mm-hmm.
need I need to create these metaphors of sense information attributed to a specific object that then functions by placing it in connection with other objects. And I can understand that. And because that's there, it just got really good. So when I think that way, it is all the time. And that's what's weird for people. It's like, well, how could you just have that be done? Because I've been working on it my whole life. That any object that's in there, I may not work on it all continuously, but I have a phenomenal memory for having worked on it because apparently that process encodes very well.
Mm-hmm. And it already makes perfect sense the way you explained it, but also for Homo sapiens sapiens, two of the most important evolutionary points were developing tool use and then language use,
Yes.
which is physically interacting with objects and then interacting with idea objects.
Yes.
So
Exactly.
these are the hallmarks of the human being.
Yes. And I was listening to something earlier this week from some of the specialists that I'm trying to collapse the knowledge of, and I can't recall exactly, but it was somebody mentioning how there's a debate in neurolinguistics or linguistics about the origin of language, and somebody's theory is that it's actually all rooted in movement. I'm like, of course it is. What do you mean there's a debate anymore? There shouldn't be. All of our language is rooted in the ability to move and to use tools, exactly that. So everything becomes about, how do I get this tool to create another tool, to create another tool, to create another tool, and language is some form of that process. You can only go so far before you start to make instructions. And for me, most instructions very early on would have followed this thing that I don't have. And it's this idea of, well, the best metaphor to anchor instructions to is moving in a straight line. And it is just a metaphor because you aren't literally moving, you aren't literally taking steps. You are, what one must be doing if one can in that situation is taking the idea of the self, the awareness of the self, and then you're going to project it onto something else. Like you're going to say, this sensation I have of moving through space with my phenomenal, not Jane's, visual spatial awareness, memory, and learning is now going to be projected onto objects so I can understand how to move them. Because I understand how to move myself that way, and I don't.
Right.
But it's not, it doesn't matter. Apparently there's enough intact, maybe some of that works, and that's how language, I don't know how any of this is working past that, but something fundamental is not working. So when people give instructions, they give it for the region of my brain that is impaired, and that is the most horrific situation to be stuck in, because everything depends on instructions. And if we're moving through the world as we do, you can't help but move. You know, like you can be, our body compels movement. It's not that I don't experience movement, but the way that I get from point A to point B is by fixating on objects so much that it becomes obvious how the tool is used. That's what I need to do. Then my body will go. It's, I mean, again, I've evolved for so long to be able to move, but I can't use those metaphors. I can't really live in that process, and I don't know how much access I have to it, if really any. I don't know if it's an illusion that I have the same process, or if it does contribute in some way. This thing that I'm calling like a type A of, or sorry, type 1 doing, type 2 doing. Type 1 doing is the one with this movement metaphor. I'll finish my thought by saying the way that people move must be a hybrid of things. But all of the metaphors rely so heavily on this idea of moving steps, using your body, and then your body is then projected onto conceptual objects for you to understand how to use those tools, that I am left in the dust.
That makes a lot of sense, and is also a lot. I feel like I have hit mimetic density capacity.
Great.
And I'm going to drop out of this call right now and lie down in bed with my eyes closed for
Wonderful.
a while.
Thank you.
Because that was really good. And I want to think about it.
Enjoy. And yeah.
And also just like the idea of how overwhelm works for us absolutely has to do with hitting capacity on certain kinds of inputs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so I think the skill to develop is to recognize when you hit that and then leave the situation then.
Yes.
And not later.
I agree very strongly. All right. Thank you for being here. All right. Okay. Oh, hey.
Hey, Jane. What's up?
Oh, boy. What is up? In what sense?
Sorry, I had to go get clothes because we're going to a wedding and shit this weekend.
Oh.
Next weekend. So, which is my least favorite thing to do ever. So.
That's fair.
And took significantly longer than I anticipated.
Yeah, no worries. Is the wedding far away or is it close?
It's not very close. It's like from where I'm gonna be before it's gonna be over 2 hours away, so that's fun.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yep. That's a decent chunk.
Well, at least the wedding's at like 4 p.m. Because if it was in the morning, I don't know if that would happen.
Yeah.
I almost accidentally said where it was, which.
Well, you'd be okay probably, and if any of this makes it to the podcast, which this section doesn't have to if you don't want, it'll get bleeped out anyway.
Yeah, so. Oh, hey, Bright.
Oof.
Wait, hold on.
You made it?
Oh, yay! That's exciting.
Yeah, I was gonna tell him when this started, and then I wasn't even here when it started. So.
No, it was more the fact that I clicked on the channel by accident. I thought that my mic was still disconnected, and then I was listening to like an info vid at the same time.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Nice to meet you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to voice me you.
Sorry for interrupting. Apologies.
No, you're okay. I just entered like less than 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
As I told Jana, we were getting clothes in general for wedding, and Jay starts work soon, so we needed clothes for that and shit.
Gotcha. Oh, I see. So this channel so it comes with a voice chat, but it was on the side. That's why when I saw like the little ping notification, I just clicked it, and I was like, "Oh, this is just gonna be a voice channel." I mean, like a chat.
Yeah. This is okay. So I'll explain it a little bit. So for Housekeep-a-thon, that was a weird name that evolved, and it's just kind of stuck. But one of the daily living skills is housekeeping. So we do kind of like that idea that they have from ADHD of what is that, body doubling and co-working around it, sort of in the same space. But also, I think it's important to process verbally anything that comes up while doing that, or even as a distraction from it. Something about moving one's objects, I think, as an autistic person, is extremely overwhelming, especially when it's somewhat arbitrary. Like, I wish my objects stayed immaculately clean and where I need them, right? But they don't do that, which sucks. Which might be why I like
not
The
how
Sims.
anything works.
Yeah, the Sims is great. You don't have to wash anything. It's made, everything's spotless.
There is nothing worse than the Sims 3 laundry expansion, and no one can
Right.
convince me otherwise.
Why would you do that? Yeah, exactly. It's like taking heaven and making it literally hell. It makes no sense.
No. Laundry is the worst thing ever because my shit is always moving.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
In your bottom drawer.
At any rate, so the get start thing that I think of for this is to just walk around the spaces that you're supposed to be.
Clemmy was about to pee on it at one point, so rather than allow that to happen, I just put it in your bag.
Oh. Something's peeing. Okay, that'll get left in if this is on the podcast. Okay,
so... No, Clementine was being stupid.
Okay, so...
My cat was being dumb.
Cats do that. If you walk around your spaces that you're supposed to take care of and just kind of acknowledge all of the objects without even really giving it much thought at all. I mean, if thoughts occur, that's great, but you don't have anything to do except look at it and just walk around and look at it. And then things that are supposed to happen, we do them. And that's pretty much it. And then we can talk about other topics on top of it. Lately, it's been more freeform. I may start to have dedicated topics as this little podcast section moves forward, and that'll only be for about an hour. So the plan is that 12 to 1 will just be this thing that I was describing, 1 to 2, which right now, for reference, my time zone, it's 1:30 right now. Typically what I want to have is 1 to 2 will be this more like podcast format, and we may have dedicated topics, and then back to the regular, just, helping each other to be able to manage our space. I also like to think of it as space management because it's much nicer than something like hoarding or calling somebody a slob or whatever. Yeah. So, because, we get the term time management. Why don't we get space management? It seems like an obvious thing.
Mm-hmm.
Noted.
So what are you up to for this time of trying to get our stuff together? This time, Jane?
I am dealing with laundry. I had a show yesterday and I had almost a meltdown because I couldn't find this Hello Kitty sweatshirt that I wanted to wear. It's incredibly nice. Like, it's all knit and every section has different fabrics, like applique on it. It's insane. And I couldn't find it.
Cool.
Yeah, and I have not only that, I have like a morning version and a nighttime version. She's at like a fair, and yeah, and I thought I lost them, and I threw all my clothes that was in my like clean hampers onto the floor, and yeah, so I'm dealing with that. I did not lose them. They were in a different spot.
Okay.
That's good to hear.
Oh no. Oh.
Yeah. But I
That
thought I
sounds
had.
stressful.
It was. I thought I had, because I have made so much progress ever since doing this Housekeep-a-thon streaming thing. Like it's considerably better. So I thought, I don't know, I kind of thought like, oh, I know where everything generally is. Where else could it be? And there was this one spot in my hallway that I didn't think I had put it. So
Oh no.
yep.
Does it count as part of HCAT if I'm putting away clothes that we just bought?
Mhm.
Well, not a lot for me. There was a lot more for him than me. But I'm putting away mine now.
Yeah, I typically do laundry during these as a rule. Like this is turned into, if I do have a laundry day, I guess that's what this is, but it's also just an everything day. I know I'm seeing stuff that should happen in my bathroom. That would be nice. Like my countertop isn't quite right. I also have learned that the key to managing your objects, if you're autistic and objects have the significance that they do for us, I love clear boxes. They're great. So I just have a bajillion clear storage boxes, and that's how I keep things. And now I know that, like, if I don't have the right type of container, number one, it needs to be clear. Number two, I may need to buy another clear container, because that's just how I live now. It's great. It's the best thing ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi,
And
cats.
also, it gets less dirty too. That's the other nice thing about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's completely sealed but clear. Brilliant.
Yeah. I think that the clear bin thing, not so much for me, because I don't think I have as much of an issue with those things, but I think the person I live with could benefit from clear related storage.
I assume the only reason people don't do it en masse is I guess it's ugly or something. I'm not sure. But
Technically speaking, but
yeah.
I guess.
It could also potentially be a security risk as well.
I guess so,
Depending on what it is.
It depends on what it is. Like, certainly if it's something that shouldn't be visible, sure. But if your house is already broken into, you know what I mean? Like, I guess too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're antisocial enough that would be the only problem. No, we're not. We're pro-social, but you get what I'm saying. Like, we don't have enough hangouts, kickbacks.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like if your place is disorganized enough that you're at a point that you're changing all of your organization, the person robbing you probably can't find it either.
Right.
Even if it's in clear bins, if they're in a way that no one else can understand, they can't quickly find my stuff.
Yeah, but I think somebody like who's like, bona fide, normal-brained person, essentially, probably, yeah, that makes sense, that it wouldn't feel secure.
Like, the only things that I would, that you need to actively hide, it's like, what is it, like tax documents and stuff? Like, come on.
Yeah.
There's not that many of those compared to all of the rest of your stuff.
Right. Like,
I guess it just depends on the person.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
My general opinion is that more people should try it and see what happens. It has been unquestionably the solution in my case.
I've got
when I saw your giant shelf of like clear plastic, your clear bins, Jane, I was like, we need that for Jay in our next place.
Yep. Yeah.
All of his music just needs to be in that.
Sorry, we work on turn taking a little bit too. It's a little bit harder because it's just we're autistic. But were you saying something? Right.
Oh, me? Oh, I've got no issues taking turns. I can just listen. It's all
Okay.
good.
I'm sorry.
Anyways.
That said, I guess I'll. Or you go ahead, actually.
No, you go. I want you to go.
I'll just briefly mention that the advice that you mentioned, I guess I found myself naturally doing that anyway. So whenever I would clean now, because I don't live alone, I guess once I do, it's a bit easier for me to set a set time so as to do that. But there'd be a day where I would decide that I have the symbols that I wish to clean, and when I would, it is easier to do it when there is someone else. Now, if there isn't a person, on hand, so to speak, I would listen to, a podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that depends. It's just what I need for the day emotionally, I guess.
Hmm.
And then, like, the typical overthinking about, why do I need this? Why am I doing this? It's like, well, it'll be better, like, asking questions. Like, I always run dialogues in my head, I guess, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do that also. Well, I feel like I'm gonna need to explain myself to people in general. Not sure how true that is anymore, but it certainly helps to have an explanation at the ready when you're doing something that doesn't seem to be a thing you've heard of other people doing. Yes, I think that's natural for that to come up, where it's like, well, I probably should know why this is happening, or else perhaps something negative will come out of me not knowing. Like, you don't even know what would happen if you don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can understand that. I guess I also had parts of that, but it's also just I'm curious. It's like, whether psychologically, it's like, why do I have this impulse to do this? Does it stem from something else, or am I thinking about it too reductively in a sense? Maybe I can try something different to challenge myself or to step outside a comfort zone, so to speak.
That's healthy.
But it's nice, yeah. I unfortunately I already did all the stuff that I could do yesterday, actually, and I had most of my room. Actually, I did more of a proper clean because I took all the stuff on top of my shelf. Oh, there's a piece of advice for you guys. Those like what are they called? Like, sheet covers they use over furniture, like clear plastic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're just furniture covers.
Yeah, I literally just put them over my whether it's luggage, whether it's like an entire shelf, so that it doesn't, like, the shelves don't get dusty, or at least somewhat preemptively.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. That's one method. HCAT is about to become very important, so.
Wait, Shade, right?
Jane.
Yes.
Or what?
Well,
Shade. Oh, Shade. Sorry, I thought you said Jade.
Up?
Everybody thinks my name is
No
Jade.
worries.
Go right ahead. Never mind.
I was just gonna mention a funny little story just before the I guess you guys called me in. So because I was busy today, I suppose, trying to get my housing application moved forward, and then I was looking into getting my work capability assessment. I'm gonna appeal it in a sense, but I kind of did as much as I could for that, and then I didn't really have. Right, that's why routine is important. I didn't have kind of a set other thing that I put myself to do, that I wanted to do, and other things that I already planned to do or that sort of came up didn't turn out to happen. And it's hard for me to kind of deviate from that track, when something that should have happened at this time didn't. And so that's when maybe I fall into, staring at the wall or being a stepper, or like, some habits which I'm trying to change. But one of the things that I did was, yes, let me log into Omegle, again, after how many weeks it's been, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not much that I was on it, it's like the river Styx, you just like jump in the trash. And I was going to mention this to Shade. It was one person in the astrology tag, right, that I connected to. And this lass, right, she's like, I studied it like 6 years. And I was like, yeah, they're about the same for me in some ways. And then we were mentioning the signs and stuff. And then I think we were talking about first house stuff. And I mentioned, stuff like, a person's, I guess, presentation and impression can change depending on what they might have. That's sort of like, influencing it under the surface, just to say like first house placements and stuff like that. And I literally said like Pluto, for example, I know quite a few of those people like that. And then she was like, oh yeah, and then she like immediately like skipped me right afterwards. I thought that was a funny thing. I did tell her that I'm a Virgo. I think that maybe could have been the reason.
I mean, maybe, who knows? I don't know. We don't have Kyle for this conversation, so.
Yeah, where is he?
No.
I don't know, Jane. Where is Kyle?
I don't know. I'll go. Maybe I can make him appear. Hold on. I might have that kind of power.
Because I pried him into another Discord, so somehow.
But yeah,
I think I'm just in all the Discords with Kyle now at this point.
Thanks for bringing me over here. I suppose I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah. It's good that you came through.
I mean, I came here because of the same server, to be fair.
Okay.
Friend of a friend, that's how it always is.
Well, kinda, but I mean, to be fair, since I got here because of Jane's fiance, it's always fun. Yeah, that's who
today,
Kyle
I guess,
is. So.
It's not the worst day, I suppose. Like the weather turned finally. It was sunny for about 5 or 6 days, which is rare where I'm at. Let's just put it this way. But yeah, like there wasn't even a thunderstorm. At least I was waiting for that because it was forecasted, but there wasn't. But on the flip side, there is something to celebrate. Well, there's always things to celebrate every day. But today I was happy that I finally put that Reddit post that I needed to make for the second stage of my hair care, like routine exploration.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah, because like the first time, like I just had no idea like the type of hair, because it was the first time that I was growing it long in my life, right? And like I figured out that apparently like it's also curly, and I was like, well, how the hell am I supposed to do about this? I don't know anything about products. Cue me researching like hundreds of videos, dozens of articles, like looking at different Reddit threads, and I made my own. And I finally I tried so many different products, and I wasted, I suppose, a fair bit of money, not that much, but a fair bit. And I finally came to something that works. And then now it was I was happy today to just put it out there for I guess it's sometimes it clumps up, so to speak, after it dries, right? It's how can you keep the volume, but you can't exactly you can't use a comb or fingers to sort of
you can't break
shake
it up.
Sort of
Yep.
Yeah.
That's good that you're growing it out healthy though, because I know a decent amount about hair. I just know, I don't know. I know makeup, hair, lots of aesthetics stuff. My mom is calling me. Hold on one second.
Duty calls.
Well, yeah, she's probably with her parents. So.
I live with my parents. They both are autistic. They just all yell at each other. 1 second.
So how's your day been today?
Well, I mean, this morning was slow. I got done the things I need to do daily, and then we had to go clothes shopping. Jay's sister gave us free money that they had at Old Navy, I think we were at. So yeah, went and got stuff for free. So $200 of clothes were free.
Ain't that nice?
Yeah, very. I didn't need a ton, but he needed a lot. So necessity. Getting out of the house was nice. Right? Jay is Jay. He is my fiance's name is
Jay. But he's the one that you said you needed to buy for, yeah?
Yeah.
But it's just funny to me sometimes. It's why is it always the guys right? But why is it always the guys have no often don't have an interest in trying things out?
I mean, with clothes, I have zero interest in trying things. This was his idea, not mine. I had nothing to do with this. Trust me, I think the for him, it's just out of because he's starting work. I have zero interest in anything aesthetic related.
You
And
could
the
put
longer you talk to me, the more you'll realize.
Shade. If you have any questions, you can put it in fashion school. I literally teach people like how to do styling and fashion. So yeah, I can fix things.
Oh,
If you
you know
want.
what I did?
Hmm.
You know what I did? I downloaded one of those what is it called? Like a color pattern app, and try to like log you into like which color palette suits
Yep.
your like skin and hair.
Yep. How did they coordinate it? Do they do like the seasonal one, like your cool
Yeah.
autumn?
Yeah. Actually, funny enough, it was like bright autumn, or like it's one of the colder ones, so to speak, right? And I
Okay.
feel it's like my whole life, I lived in a very restricted household, right? Like my mother like had strong lines about what I should wear, right? And it's like my whole life, I felt like I wore mostly blues, whites, and like blacks, right? All blues, a lot of blues, right? And I'm like, and it gives me these things, and they're like, oh, like sapphire, like turquoise, or things like this would look good on you. And I'm like, I guess, but at the same time, I kind of just want to wear like orange, you know?
Yeah. Well, you can if you're in autumn, you have to wear a dark
I
orange.
already
So
do.
yeah, then you're good.
Yeah.
Someone else join?
Huh?
Yep. My summoning.
Hello.
Oh, hey Kyle.
Is this the Kyle?
This is Kyle. Wait, are you muted, Kyle?
So confused.
Hello.
There you go.
It's kind of working
Am I
now.
quiet? Okay.
You're good now. Do you want to talk about astrology?
Sure. What? I'm kind of a doob at it too, just so you know.
I brought someone over here, so
Yeah.
Kyle,
So how can I be
there's
like a
another Astro
billionaire?
person here.
Yeah.
That
That's
is
right. I
not.
remember. It's nice to meet you.
I love this. Like, what?
I don't know. My relationship with astrology is just I read some stuff and then I go, that's not me. That sounds like me. That's not me. That sounds like me. And then it always seems to be pretty true. So I like to. I don't know. I like this. I don't like to start with like it says this, therefore I feel this way. I like to look at I feel this way and then see if it's lines up. And I mean, so far it just does. So that kind of gives me the indication that it's something that I ought to pursue. But I need to kind of pick up the pace a little bit. I have my first Astro book and I haven't even finished it yet, and it's not even that long.
If you mean the one that I recommended, I have not read that either.
Yeah, it's really cool, for my opinion at least.
Yeah, everybody's been recommending me to read that, like all the
Which book is it?
by
I got it
Kevin
right here.
Wirth, right? Kevin
Yeah,
Wirth?
it's the Astrology: A Comprehensive Guide to Classical Interpretation by Burke. Although it's interesting because it says a comprehensive guide to classical interpretation, but I guess
It's a modern
classical.
book, so
It's a modern book. Yeah, it's not traditional.
yeah. From what I've been told, it's basically modern, but it doesn't go into all of the more fancy fluff in that book. So
Uh-huh.
that's part of what makes it good for beginners or people who miss some stuff like I did, because I haven't read enough comprehensive things. I've just kind of been all over the place.
I was
Right.
about to say it didn't show up in my folder, so it must have been, I guess, more of an introductory tree size.
It's I mean, it's one that the server has in like recommended books all over the place, but that's
Oh, I didn't even check that.
that's the one Keek told me to get.
So I'm gonna ask questions. How
Okay.
long have y'all been like learning about astrology, or like what's been that trajectory for you? Like, how'd you get started?
I was 11, so 15 years ago.
Yeah.
It's always been something I've always had a natural interest in. Like, oh,
Can
what's
you
that?
keep the case
Maybe-
off the bed?
But I didn't start looking into it that heavily. And like I said, I still need to kind of pick up the pace on it. I started looking into it more in like
Does it look
2015.
better?
That's when I started learning about, you know, there's different houses and there's different, the planets fall in different signs and that kind of stuff is.
Alexa,
And that in kind of 2015.
Mm-hmm. I keep running into people that do astrology. That's sort of what happened. So I don't really know anything, but it's interesting that I always run into people that do. So it's kind of neat. I've had like my full chart done because someone at ballet did astrology.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to what was her name? I talked to Lauren about hers a while back. I just couldn't think of her name for a minute.
Mm-hmm. I should find that because it was like I mean it's really thick too, so I forget where she put it, or where I put it rather. But yeah, it'd be interesting to look at it after a good decade has passed.
Well, I did something housekeeping wise. I did like a basic cleaning of my bathroom finally.
Oh, that's good.
So at least something happened.
I'm just still dealing with all the clothes and laundry, and
Oh,
also somebody has clothes in the dryer, so I can't really go any further with that right now. So I don't want to fix it because I don't have the energy. Too much.
I look forward to when I move because then I'll actually be able to do laundry during HCAT.
Right.
So,
That's exciting.
yeah, I might be counting the days even more at the moment.
That's exciting though.
Right.
Makes sense.
The Bright who might not know, I quite literally have a countdown on my phone currently.
Huh?
It's like on my like background of my phone, there is a countdown widget that says how many days until I move because the place I live right now continually gets worse.
Oh, don't I know it? But I wish I also had a fixed time like that. At least that's nice. At least you can you can bear with it a little bit easier, I think.
Yes. Jay said that the countdown will make it feel longer, and I'm like, no, that's not what's
No.
Quite the opposite.
Yeah.
19 days. So
That's interesting. I wonder how Jay's brain works. Yeah,
I
countdowns
don't know.
make me feel better. That's interesting that it could make it feel longer. It definitely does not do that. I wonder if that's
Really?
related. Yeah.
Yeah, Jay is he is my fiance, but he's also severely ADHD. We've known that for a very long time.
When you say severely, is that kind of jokingly or like literally it's like very severe? Like, is that
It's
of a
considered
standard metric or
severe.
something?
It's considered severe by an ADHD specialist, so I'm gonna.
Right.
And by that I mean like with him, it's not. Some people with more mild symptoms don't need. Like everything's a spectrum, right?
Mhm.
So some people don't need medication; they can find other ways to work with it. Without his, it's not attainable.
Interesting, right?
So I know some people who are more mild, but with him it's pretty obvious.
Right. And then timers seem to make time go longer for him.
Apparently.
And then for you and Jane, you both like timers, right? Did I hear that right?
Yes.
Having something to actively look forward to instead of it being arbitrary is a helpful thing.
And according to my theory, the reason the countdown timer would work for me is that I get to think about the end. So that's what I was saying is like I only think about the goals in terms of like as if it was a movie and it was a few seconds before the credits roll. So if
Mhm.
that's the thing that I want, that's all I really need to think about, is that being done. So
Right.
yeah, so that's satisfying for me.
Hi, Merlin.
That's not satisfying for Merlin, by the way.
No, very few things are, except getting lots
Yeah.
of cuddlies.
Merlin is Jane's little dog.
He's trying to do hug time, and I don't want to do hug time. Oh no.
Did you do any magic tricks?
No, but he was named Merlin because my dad was a magician, so I was trying to endear him
That's
to
awesome.
my dad. Yeah. He's like, did it as a kid. He's like kind of a prodigy at it, which is pretty neat. But then we ended up going into computers in the long run, but he did it all the way through college professionally.
That's cool, though.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. He gave me a lot of advice for being on stage over my life too. Kyle, what does it do to you if you do have like a countdown?
I don't think I mind either way. To be honest, I don't think it. I guess I don't usually use them. I never think to use them. So I guess it's kind of like it's just not there in my brain anyway. So I don't know if it would necessarily make me feel like, oh, this is taking forever.
Right.
But I don't usually use them though. So that's another thing too.
Is it
Although
weird
the
that having
plus-
countdowns kind of gives me motivation to fix stuff?
I think I was talking about this hypothesis with Jane for a while, and I'm thinking of this thing. She's calling it bookends, which I think is a good way to phrase it too. I was thinking of it as like wondering if like autistic people need to like terminate a thought, meaning like not terminate like I'm the Terminator. Terminate mean like it has to have an endpoint, or else it seems to wig them out. Because like for example, my brother James, if he doesn't have an endpoint, it really screws with him. You could just kind of tell if something is not, like if something is not whatever, no matter what it is, if something's not said with a definitive endpoint, then he'll just he just has these different reactions to it that you just know over the years. And I was just thinking about autistic people, and I think that's one of the issues is that when autistic people don't have something that finishes a loop, they'll just keep going over and over in that loop. And then I think as an outsider, it's kind of just like, what's the problem? Yeah, we don't know. You know what I mean? It's like, well, just let it go. Like, just let it be what it is. But that never seems to be good enough for an autistic person.
That doesn't work. No.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if I don't know about ADHD people because I don't think I have that either. I'm pretty sure I don't. I'm 100% certain I don't have it. 99, however certain you can be without being objectively true. But I wonder why that would affect somebody like that too. Because to me, I'm just like, well, who cares? It's just a timer. Also, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, for
So
me.
it's interesting too how the two. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say, well, actually, let me finish your thought. I'll wait.
I was just going to say, it's interesting to me how these two demographics, ADHD and autism, seem to be finding one another online so much, and it's like, oh, we're just the same. Or people get misdiagnosed as one or the other, but then when you get down to certain nitty-gritty things, they almost seem like they're on opposite ends of a spectrum, where people who don't have either of those things are somewhere in the middle, kind of going like, that seems a little extreme to me, and also that seems pretty extreme to me.
Yeah.
And yet they also overlap, so
Well,
it's more like a sphere than a line. It's not a sphere. It's not a line. It's a sphere.
Eventually, I think we're gonna need better labels and better categories, because I do think that sometimes it's completely a mess. Like for example, I can at least once in my life, it was never retested on a really shitty test, clock as having inattentive features of ADHD where I'm like off the charts, but no other features, just the inattentive. And you could be like, oh, that's inattentive ADHD. But then if you go into the literature and the people that really geek out on that are specialists talking to each other at conferences, then they're saying, well, maybe that isn't even ADHD and you should call it something called sluggish cognitive tempo. And then like, well, how do you explain the fact that I have a stupid fast processing speed if you're kind of implying that there's some processing speed issues? So it's very, very weird right now. But that's, I accept that. I think it's just a transitional phase. So I also want people to know that if they are not relating to people that have the same diagnoses, or that, there's this idea that these things happen simultaneously. Maybe sometimes it's physiologically impossible and we don't know that yet, but we're we're going off of features that are in behavior rather than the neurological landmarks.
Mm-hmm.
For Bright, who's here that hasn't heard me say this, me and Jay talk sometimes that we're kind of the opinion that certain conditions, people are being diagnosed based on behavioral things. We don't have genetic testing for these things right now, so there is a not negligible possibility that some of the people that are being diagnosed as the same thing actually have something else entirely. It could still be in the same general area brain-wise, but not the same type of impairment. We just don't know.
Right. Yeah.
We can still benefit, but that's why you're not going to relate to everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We don't know. There could be genes associated with things because, we have other things that people research instead.
Mm-hmm. Well, and we need we need to have better, cheaper imaging. Like, that's the issue, is that the kind of brain imaging that we have right now is the best stuff is very, very, very expensive, and it's not tenable for that to be the solution, is that we get the very, very expensive thing to a bunch of people. We need new technology.
Yes.
Yeah.
The newer technology we get, also the current imaging will also get cheaper in theory. So
true.
So by nature of that, it will also make those things more accessible to begin with.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Yeah, it's hopefully, I mean, there's definitely enough people that I listen to or read that are within the field of neuroscience, and even from the perspective of researchers and not clinicians, who are pretty excited about the future. So I take that as a cue that I can be optimistic that there's going to be better ways of understanding exactly what is happening. Because the problem with what's currently going on is that people don't fully understand this as a neurological issue, because you can't see people's brains. So it's harder for them to understand that this is in the realm of developmental disability, when most developmental disabilities are physically obvious.
And also the things about testing on a genetic level and tracking things back to genes we are not the priority. Let's put it that way. Those physical things are more priority for a lot of people right now, quote unquote physical.
Yeah, well, the things that affect limb, spine, bones, soft tissue around joints, all this stuff, those are very, there's a lot of history behind those being understood, because it's blatantly obvious what's happening on some level. I mean, of course, there's also neurological components to many of those conditions as well. These are you're not a brain body dualistic sort of thing. That's false. But we're still moving from that lineage. That's the history that we came from. So even in just popular understanding, there's still this notion that that's how to look at people, is, oh, okay, what's going on with them physically, and mentally might just be their attitude or their character or their personality.
Yeah. There's nothing that makes me more annoyed in this day and age than that.
It's pretty bad. You never look at somebody who was born without legs and say they have a no leg personality. It just makes no fucking sense.
Or that they should just figure it out. That's not how this works.
Yeah.
My life is not that simple.
Yep. Well, it's not even. It's simple, but also it's nothing really works like that. It just you can have the illusion that it works like that as long as things are working with the environment reasonably well. Once the environment is breaking a person, then you have to start coming up with something to explain why.
Yeah.
Just that first shit that's in the brain, the explanations have been historically not awesome, and led to a lot of really sad outcomes.
There were some very terrible things that happened, and I still need to read one of the books that you recommended me, and I have not read it because I am concerned. I need to be in a frame of mind that I can that I
Yeah.
can be okay with having a meltdown
Yeah,
after the fact.
it's a really awful book to
So
read and
you
wanting to.
probably know which one I mean,
Yeah.
but yeah, I need to I need to do that.
Yeah.
But I feel like when I do, I don't know if it'll be in the server or to somebody privately, but somebody's gonna get an info dump of this at some point.
Yeah. No,
Of
that's
my brain after the fact.
that's important. Yeah, I was watching I started watching a YouTube series from a historian that just focuses on psychology and mental health history and documents all of the atrocities. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, and I was watching one on Rosemary Kennedy. God, just terrible. Yeah. Yeah, very, very difficult to hear, but that's just one example of
Oh God.
countless.
There's so many.
Yeah. All right, let's see. I'm almost almost have the clothes off the floor. I mean, it's basically everything that I also wanted to like wash and sort to give away. So I still had some of that and like random like socks that I hoped I could find the other one of that I think I won't.
As is the phrase, yeah, the bin of like no pair of socks is not something you're ever going to fix.
No, and it makes me so curious how that even happened. Like I really don't know where they could have gone.
Sometimes I discovered that they can get trapped inside of the dryer. So,
Oh.
like
Huh.
so you know how like there's the lint trap and that trap gets vented into the back.
Yeah.
I think I saw a video like a sock actually got stuck in there.
Oh.
Like
I wonder.
in that like foil looking tube behind it. I don't know how mechanical things work. But
It's okay.
that it got stuck. So
that's possible.
now my brain will always think of this now.
Yeah, well, honestly, that's not bad knowledge to have. I'm glad
No,
to
because
hear
it
that.
means that I feel less like I'm going mad when it happens.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. We're also donating a bag of clothes, by the way.
Oh,
There's a bag of clothes being gotten rid of. Some of these aren't even donated. Some of them are just being thrown out because actually this bag is being thrown out because stuff has like a bunch of holes in it and stuff. Finally, since Jay got new clothes, you can get rid of the stuff that had holes in it.
That's good.
Yep. And the best thing about my current apartment, the only good thing, is that trash service comes and gets our stuff 5 days a week. So
That is
I
wow.
can
That's
put
nice.
I could just put it outside of my apartment and it just disappears.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Correct.
That's
That is
random.
that is the only positive about my current space. And it didn't used to be that way in this building, I was told. I've only been here for 3 years, but the old management told me that they had to do that because people weren't taking trash out and there was a bug problem.
Oh.
So this is now a mandatory like $25 add-on to rent because of that. But to be honest, I'm kind of okay with it.
I'd be very okay with that. That sounds great.
I told Jay that when I realized that was the only thing I will miss in this apartment building, though, that we needed to get out. If anybody needs to take their trash out, by the way.
As your reminder.
Please do that. Or if there's just trash on the ground, put it somewhere that it belongs. At least with trash.
Okay.
Since HCAT has returned.
Yeah, we're back to that thing. I'm trying to figure out. Shit. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna have to rewash clothes because I don't know what's what, so that's fine.
There you
It's
go.
fine.
Even if it got clean, now it's double clean.
Yeah. Plus, everything has my dog's hair on it anyway. Maybe some of it will come off.
I have a very fluffy cat, and I have just accepted that
Oh yeah, no,
all of my stuff permanently has clementine fluff on it.
I'm
Give a
basically
fluffy calico.
not trying to fix it, but if I won't be mad if it's better suddenly.
Yeah, exactly. All right, trash. All right, all the trash is out here now. I know I'm not supposed to put it out until 6, but I don't care. It's going out now.
Seems reasonable. Okay.
They don't enforce that, and I'm on the 5th floor. So
Yeah, isn't it Father's Day anyways?
correct.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't bother.
Today's the day of fathers.
They're probably also not going to come up here right now, and I just realized that because our elevator's broken.
Oh, okay.
So that's fun. Whatever.
Well, I was gonna ask follow-up questions, but I feel like reminding you of the place that you hate is not an actual conversation, so it's cool.
Huh?
I was gonna
What?
ask follow-up questions, but me reminding you of the place that you hate living is not really a conversation, so we don't have to do that.
If you have specific questions, you can ask.
Yeah, it's okay. I was gonna, just like, oh, how long has your elevator been broken? Like, nah, it's cool. It just sounds shitty.
I think the real question is how many times has it been broken?
Wow, that's not good.
For the record, the longest time that it was broken was like a month after we moved in. It broke for 4.5 months.
There's a question in chat. Hi, I'm gonna read this. Hi, I'm thinking about streaming as a robot in a spaceship with a robot voice. Any advice? Yes, I have tons of advice. Number one, are you gonna use voice mod? Let me grab it. I have it. I don't use it very much, but I do have it. If it will load, but it's just called voice mod, and it's a desktop app, and like it updates a lot. So I think as like AI technology is getting better, it's getting better. See there, this one. Apparently it doesn't think I have it anymore, so that's kind of weird, but maybe it updated. Oh, don't verify my
I would
account.
love to play a specific 30-second video right now.
Which one? Wait, what? Okay.
I guess I'll send the link in the chat.
Wait, you said there's a question
in response to the question that was just asked.
Sorry to people. Yeah, I'm not even looking at the YouTube chat. So.
Oh, that's my job to look at it. You're good.
Yeah.
Wait, we're on YouTube?
Yeah.
Always have been.
Oh, I was wondering why it wasn't. It just wasn't showing up on my YouTube, and I had to look for your name. That's weird.
Yeah,
I've heard
YouTube is garbage with that. To be honest, I technically have the stream up on my computer in the background. I have the stream muted, obviously, because the Discord audio is more in time. But I cleaned my bathroom and cleaned my TV stand and stuff. So
testing this. Okay. I was gonna show this thing. Da 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 da. It's weird. Wait, I gotta find a robot. Hold on. Robot. You can do custom ones too, and like here's all the voices and stuff that are getting updated all the time. I mean, Space Trooper maybe. Let's see, what does that do? Hold on. Nope. That's probably. Wait, can I hear myself? Wait. Test. Wait. No. Maybe this. Wait. Is this any better? Is this worse?
I don't know. From in the Discord, I can't tell, so I can't tell you.
Okay, you can't hear from here. I think you can hear it on stream, maybe.
Yeah, I don't have the audio on stream, so I don't know. Okay. Vacuuming has to happen after the call. Let's see.
But yeah, Squawk, you can modify the ones that are the presets too. I'm pretty sure you can do whatever you want with them. So I recommend that. It's pretty easy to install. It doesn't take very much like memory to run it, so should be fine. And yeah, if you want to be a robot, I'm trying to think. Like I use a filter that's like defunct now, like it doesn't exist, but somebody made a version of it. But you could look through Snap Camera, but you'd have to get like this guy made. Like that's why there's like bunny ears on me right now. Let me see what they have for robots. But it's like the archive of not even all the creators that were on it. Let's see. This is apparently sexy bunny. No, this is not sexy. Okay. Robot. Yeah, like you could be this thing. Like this is a thing. That's kind of cool. What else? This is a little bit alarming. You could be C-3PO, but shitty. Oh, this is good. You could be this. Yeah, so you
That's
might
kind
want
of cool, to be honest.
this one. Yeah. I wish I was like not here. Does it have some of them let you click the background away, but no. This is just what it is. Maybe I'll leave this on. Actually, I feel I look more attractive with like the weird filter faces on, personally. Like this is how big my eyes should be and how close together. Yeah.
I am looking at stream just to see this.
Yeah, so then you could try out this and also, like just search through whatever's there. But even to practice it, you know what I mean? Like it would be good. You'll probably want to upgrade and do .dd, but you could possibly even contact the people that made these and then, see what's up. What's this one? Oh, you could be this. What is this? Apparently this one you can do with a friend. It doesn't really seem to do very much, but there's a piano robot. This robot. This one's good. I like this
I
one.
love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Those sunglasses?
Yeah. And then what else is there? Does this give me anything? Oh, it's just a little dancing robot. That's not so great. Yeah, some of them just put a little dude in front of you. Yeah, like that's I don't understand. This one's amazing. Okay, so yeah. I recommend checking out this. I was helpful. All right, so I'm gonna try to finish this clothing thing and then yeah, I'm just gonna do clothing today, that's all. It just was so bad that that's what needs to happen because then I'm gonna have to fold things and hang them up, etc. and so forth. Okay, it's fine.
Sometimes it is better to just do one genre at a time.
Yeah, definitely. And what I'm hoping is I'll be able to focus a little bit. Focus. Let me start this over. I'm trying to eject words that I can't really use with my brain. Focus. What I'd like to do is have my attention on certain objects and not other objects. And at the present, I haven't been able to do that at all. I was just having to try to stay on top of the things that got set into motion before I got sick and didn't think about the entire time that I was sick. So I'm a little disoriented / like confused about my life and what I'm supposed to be doing. But I'm getting things that are supposed to happen, so that's fine. And then I think today marks the last of those that I was really worried about. And now it's like new shit. That I'm a little bit more aware of because I basically like everything got set and then I was sick for 3 weeks straight and then everything that got set I didn't think about for 3 weeks or anything.
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this will feel good to get this done. And then also like the stream's gonna get a little bit busier. Also, finally, I stopped streaming while I was sick, and then didn't really start up until basically this week. It should be Monday through Friday, and this new thing of using part of it on Twitch and part of it on YouTube, I haven't done a full week of yet, and the goal is that I just keep doing that basically for the rest of the year. Like if I have to take some time off of it, that's fine, but try to have a solid, like 6 months ish of doing it that way and see how that goes. And then this stream is just like 40 more minutes. Let's see, what do I want to talk about? Thinking. Well, my autism specialist was talking to me about not trying to take on something that's so ginormously large that the thing I actually care about, even though it may be a component of that gigantic thing, is lost and I don't get to spend time doing what I want to do. I think that's pretty interesting. Like, according to my hypothesis, what's happening is I am able to think about an object that's more complex by having smaller objects that I also care about make it up. So my special interests related world is perhaps how we get autistic people that have a strong sense of like social justice or interest in fairness. That could be what's happening, or generally being concerned about the well-being of the species in some sort of like I don't know, kind of philosophical way. I think that comes from a bunch of special interests that I could just work on the specific of instead of worrying about it. Oh, hey! Hi, Bunny. Shark Game got a new update. Oh, that's sweet. That's cool. Congratulations. I know what Shark Game is. I think you showed it to me. Anyways, chat. So, yeah, where was I going with that? I was saying I did want to say something else. Oh, right, got it. So sometimes I think my special interests or special interests in general are treated as if they're not significant because they're too narrow. They're too specific. They're not broad enough. So the value of being that narrowly focused on a small number of things, though deeply focused, isn't something that is readily apparent to other people. However, if that's the only way your brain works, it'd be better to do that than to try to make, I think, a meta object that other people would find valuable that is too big for any one person to think about. And if my inclination is to deep dive in it, then I'm going to have a problem, especially with like, this is where I get concerned about sometimes autism is getting really mixed up with these sort of like social issues and like social activism online. I think it's super unhealthy for autistic people, in my opinion. I think it exploits our interest to make things look more intense while literally nothing gets done. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, we look like we want to be about that life and all that, so it just exploits our intensity to look more legitimate, while again nothing happens and just kind of weird. I say with love, like, I don't want anyone to feel bad about that necessarily. I think it's just coming from an understandable lack of knowledge about what's going on with autism, and so it's appealing, it's attractive to the autistics. It's probably pretty attractive to the people in that activist space to have such enthusiastic people, but it's not healthy for autistic people. We have a lot of problems that we don't get to work on while we're getting exploited for our enthusiasm.
Agreed.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. I have concerns about it too because it's like, okay, so you're going to get the people who have a social impairment that explicitly biases them towards getting ostracized in a group of people that are trying to constantly point out who's the good guy and the bad guy, and you want that to end well. That won't. So I also think a lot of autistic people are having very painful experiences when they already have had a lot of negative social experiences, and that's making it even harder for them to stay realistic or positive about what is possible for them socially. It's just, yeah, I don't know. It's a conversation I want to keep developing because it's something that I can kind of tackle a little bit. Well, again, if I try to tackle it too much, this is the thing. I'm making a giant meta object that's too big, and then I don't get to work on my stuff. So I don't want to be like a dog chasing its own tail.
I think that's a very valid conclusion.
Yeah, and the dream is that this peer support and all the ideas that I'm sharing that I work on will gradually develop into tangible material supports. So either some sort of process that's codified that people can follow that people can do and put together and assemble on their own in their own way, and also material items and objects that could be helpful, and then I've contributed something to the world and I'm kind of functional as a result. But I think it's a particularly confusing time to be alive, and being autistic is confusing for specific reasons as well.
For sure.
Yeah, and for anyone in chat who's like, just to clarify this for chat, support is a system, so that's why it's the support system. So if you haven't met anyone who's a system before, you can be aware of that. Or if you have, then you could be more aware of it because that's why the name is system. But I think people that know systems probably figured that out. Okay, so 30 more minutes. I'm just focused on this close and talking about whatever comes up. Oh, the other thing, so this cognifactory idea that I have, I've put it into this format that's, I don't know, it's how do I put this into words? Sorry, this is really hard to explain. So I have a whiteboard. It's got all of the components of what I think would be this process of cognifactoring, so manufacturing, cognifactoring. And this upcoming week, I really want to focus on doing that. What would be nice is I figured out my track lighting, if I can stick a camera onto that's not very expensive. So I have like a whiteboard view. And also then I could have a light on it. So this week.
I think that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, right? I'm sure it can't be that hard to do. Maybe I can get something that just charges, that I can click into place and then charge at night. Because I don't know, like what I'd like to do, I guess it depends on when my paychecks finally come in. I'm waiting for a few, and then I need to submit one thing to get some more money back from a job that I'm leaving. But when I have a little bit more money, I feel like that wouldn't be expensive to do, and the sooner I do it, probably the better, because then I can potentially document like the early stages of using this process of doing it's okay, I'm having a hard time like explaining what it is. So basically, you know how everyone has a planner and all that shit? They have like to-do lists. I'm trying to come up with an alternative system to to-do lists and planners. Not a different kind of planner, not a different kind of to-do list, a completely different thing that biases towards the parts of the brain that I think are intact or even potentially very well developed, that are masking the disability and impairment around being able to do sequences, sequential tasks, doing lists, doing planners, executive functioning impairments that are kind of getting lumped together, that I think would be better to understand as like an inability to really keep track of yourself in a list of steps or get rewards from it or experience that process in the way that it's supposed to go, such that it's just like you might as well not even bother and then do my thing instead. So that's the idea. It is a little lofty because of I'm basically saying like the thing that everybody says you need to do in order to be successful in life or just have a normal day. Yeah, stop doing that, do this instead.
At the end of the day, what matters is what you choose to devote your time to, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I have a quote from Mr. Rogers on the bottom of my computer screens that says, "You rarely have time for everything you want in this life, so you have to make choices. And hopefully, your choices can come from a deep sense of who you are."
At the same time, don't be too hard on yourself either.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll mention a little bit about this. When it comes to something like that, it's always obviously depends on the person. I'm working through this sort of thing as to what might work for me in terms of planning, but I use post-it notes. I have like a big whiteboard, same as you. That was kind of the inkling that I had back in university, like 6-7 years ago, I think. Yeah, and then yeah, so I would nowadays I tend to write things on post-it notes. I haven't implemented this idea yet because I would need to make a program around it, I guess, or have an app for my phone. I was thinking to put tasks into pools of priority, right? And so let's say that like for a specific, if there was an actual deadline where you would die if you don't, do the specific thing, then you can put this as like, priority number 1, DEFCON 1 or something like that. And have it randomized. I needed to be able to randomize so that if my attention, for whatever reason, or my mental state at the time isn't good enough for me to kind of like go through that thing, I can sort of like spin the wheel, so to speak. And it'll show me like a new task because when I sit down to think about the tasks that I would like to do, let's say for the next few months, I can come up with, 40, 50, 60 more tasks, and they just, continue to add to the backlog in some ways. And so, yeah, like a randomizer of some sort like that works for me. But then again, my ADHD is pretty kind of like considerate as well.
Yeah. So what I ended up doing, so about 5 years ago, I started developing these things called puzzle planner chips, and there's somebody now that does a similar thing that they came up with maybe a year and a half ago. So you don't even have to make mine, but I have acrylic miniature whiteboards that are magnetized on the back, so that's what I use. So they're all, I decided on regular post-it note size. I cut that into quarters. And I've been using those, so then I've incorporated those because they're non-linear, right? 'Cause that's probably why you like the post-it notes. But these are a little bit nicer because they're tactile and they last a very long time. But so yeah, there's somebody who's also making these, but I'm gonna make some more of them based on some of the color coding that I'm doing for. So okay, so the way that I did it, because I wouldn't understand the idea of something being important or a dead. I don't think I can understand deadlines on some level. So I think that I significantly have this disability that I'm trying to map out, hence why I'm so desperate to figure it out, is I have a lot of issues. So what I'm doing instead is I broke things down, and I was using AI to figure this out into kinds of tasks based on skills. So, and the skills are organized in terms of things that I would have more or less impairment with. So from top to bottom on my board of this little cognitive factory thingy, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. What is it? Seven different skills. So the easiest one for me is research, and then it goes learning, creative, physical, which means just moving objects around, troubleshooting, which means fixing objects and then moving them around, and then personal communication and admin. So admin is the worst, and I've realized what I should do is actually like extract from these admin tasks the things that I can actually do, because admin relies so heavily on deadlines, prioritizing. I've been personally, I can't do it. Like I went even to an ADHD therapist at one point who tried to have me do a prioritization system with A's and B's and 1s and 2s, and just nothing happened. So what did work was I will take the task, a shorthand, and put it on basically what is my version of a post-it note, the little clicky clacky puzzle piece planner thingy, cognitive factor thing. And then I write down every single object involved in it. I don't write down what I'm doing. I don't write down anything vague. I write down exactly what the object is, so I'm listing all of the features of this task, like if I just break down the objects. And that seems to work. It's super weird, and it takes a lot of time, so I could get why nobody would do it. But once it's done, I actually do the thing. So I'm going to teach it to support, and then try to teach it to more people and have them test it out. But again, I think that I'm like super impaired. I think I should have a diagnosis that's like doesn't exist yet. I want to get to name it. So it'd be like dysprioria. And if somebody wanted something more meta, it'd be like dysprioria / dyssequencia. So the problem is sequencing, but that means I can't do prioritizing because I also can't sequence. Or not normally, not well enough. So if your prioritization goes kind of poopy, let me know. And I'm working on this right now, so if I am at the point where I can distill and explain it quickly, I'll be happy to share. But also, if
I don't think anything specific. I just obviously depends on the individual.
Yeah.
For me, it takes me, dozens of tips and different accounts, and I have to try them all. And my whole life, I've never ever found like a specific thing one-to-one work immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And then like when the resistance comes in on top of that, it makes it even more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
What I've learned is that it's almost like if there is difficulty in something that you wish to do at any given point, it's almost like there's layers of inhibition that stand in the way of you sort of like, what's the word? Injecting your will, I guess, in some ways, or just simply like having the energy, or I guess the drive to just simply do what you wish to do, willfully speaking. But then, yeah, somebody could give you a tip, right? Or even a sets of tips, right? Which could be like steps 4 to 5 in your own personal sort of like unconscious kind of like directive as to what would get you to successfully accomplish this task. But if it doesn't deal with the inhibitions numbers 1 to 3, then it's the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Well, and for example, like you just said, like steps 4 and 5, I'm suggesting there's some people that can't even think in steps. So that's
true.
Right. So that's what I think my disability is, and all of our metaphors bias so heavily towards that if that's where your impairment is, the resistance that I think I'm experiencing is the same resistance of like if you didn't have a leg and somebody told you to go for a run.
Of course.
I don't think I can. So what I've started to find is that my pockets of ability are poorly defined because all of the metaphors I've used to describe them were given to me by people whose brain are using a different mechanism of getting things done. I don't think I lack motivation. I think what happens is I'm given a scenario where I don't know how to translate it into the way that I actually do things. So it looks like
you just haven't found your metaphor yet.
Well, yeah. And to an extent, it's like, yes, that as well. I think I'm building those. I sort of have to build them from scratch, but I have to reframe things that people are saying. So if somebody says, okay, you don't have the steps you need, what I need is an object that has all the features listed. And for me, my brain then understands other objects that are related to it and then tries to map all the features of those, which I think is why we have autistic people memorizing statistics of different items that they are focused on or hyper fixated on a special interest. I think that's what we're doing. And even the idea of being more interested in lining up things, I don't think we're lining up things to check a sequence. I think we're putting things to create some sort of a relationship, and we're trying to understand what objects we have, because they don't just line up toys. Like autistic people will make shapes out of them too. And I think people see the line and they think, okay, that it's just, if you already think in lines, if you already think in steps, everything looks like it to you that anyone is doing.
But don't get me wrong, though, it's not. If I implied that in a sense, I understand, because I have difficulties in.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Communicating the. No, because now you gave me some extra context, which is, I agree with 100% everything that you said, and I recognize it too. So, the need here is to tackle a problem non-linearly, right?
Yep.
And, like, so to speak, let's get creative about it. I like to use analogies or maybe stories to do with that. So let's say it's like you've got a ship, right? The ship sits at port, or it's somewhere like along the journey. The question then is, do you know the port that you're sailing to? Do you know which port? Do you know what even you intend to do with the ship? What state is the ship in? What's the weather like? Questions like that.
Right. For example, I had a much easier time getting things done during the day because I printed out a map of the city that I live in, and I put dots in the places that I needed to go. And then I thought about the ways that those dots could be connected. And I also did some research into, there's not a lot of information on this, but I did some research into the ways that people spend their days and how many places they tend to visit in a day and in what way they do it. And then to think about not setting myself up to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 locations, 6, go back home. So instead of that, I could maybe focus more on short distances. Another thing happens, another thing happens, another thing happens. Or do a couple things on the way there, a couple things on the way back. So for me, then I'm not trying to keep a sequence together because
I think I realize where it might be difficult. Just to add to that, I think it's also, in sequences, we also unconsciously set expectations as to how something is going to occur. At a specific time, if I tell myself tomorrow at 10, I'm going to do this, right? But then we don't sort of foresee all ends. We don't foresee things that will happen. We don't foresee the state that we're going to be in at the time. And it only takes, it's like it takes one little, like, the series of blocks, if you push one and it keeps pushing the bigger ones, like a butterfly effect. So that's the issue, dealing with expectations.
Yes, and what Brightspear just said crystallized something for me, that this is why autistic people find ourselves so affected by changes in plans, is because our ability to model things linearly, to make a sequence, is so fragile that the moment our plans that we sequence are changed, the entire structure falls apart, and we're left back at square zero, which isn't even a non-disabled person square zero. It is like back before the starting line,
right,
where we're covered in a pile of blocks.
Yes,
because
go ahead.
The sequence is blocks in a useful pile we can understand, but and in zero, normally you just have the blocks all around, but for us, the metaphor is we're piled under the blocks.
And I think what's interesting about this could even explain some of the range of behavior that we see in an autistic person. So I think that I'm very, very impaired. And I think that sometimes I've more or less learned that it's better for me to just give up. So if plans get changed, I don't even try to fix them. I just say, okay, well, I'm not going anywhere. That's it. So that's interesting to me too, because I feel like I don't even really have a view of the plans in my head. I think I'm doing a different process. But so it's possible that I don't know where this line of disability ability starts or stops. So it's possible that there's a range, and that there's, but what I'm saying is fundamentally the anchor, the skill and the brain process that is working is different. So the primary thing, even if there is support from anything else, is this issue of, I think we're learning objects and we have to create all of the features of the objects. And if you want me to make a sequence, I have to find some way to turn that also into an object that has specific features. And then once you tell me that object doesn't have a feature, it's like you destroyed the whole thing.
Right, and these ways of thinking about it are so explicative of so many different lived experiences I have, such as the fact that, like, I can't just get a set of directions to a place.
Mm-hmm.
I need to actually go to that place and make a mental object out of what traveling that is in an entirety.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
And to be able to start storing it.
Right, exactly. And then so my thinking is that all of us have to make mental objects, and maybe the way that we do it, we have different things available depending on the individual, and then we get back into, individuality from there. But that if this is the core disability, then you won't have a meaningful understanding of it until you understand that that's primary and that is the universal. And then when you see differences, you can start to understand, for the specific individual, what's functioning, what isn't, what's a good idea, what isn't a good idea, what not to say to them, because it's just going to exacerbate something they can't do, even worse. And then, I had a thought. This is a lot of good stuff. So I'm excited about it.
I can add a further layer to all of this, by the way.
Yes, please do.
So I researched quite a bit. I come from a background field also of CPTSD and childhood trauma as well. There is a high likelihood that anyone who is also carrying earlier to the discussion, which, about the correlation of symptoms between ADHD and ASD as well. My cousin works in genetics, right? And I've talked to this also to one of my friends who's from Quebec originally. Yeah, it is a matter of simply the research isn't conclusive at the moment, and it's just consistently evolving. But they found that it's a slightly different mutation in the same gene, which leads to both ADHD and ASD. And then there's other things, as you mentioned, that kind of could be something different that could like pop up. One thing that I didn't mention is HIP. In French literature, in Quebec, it's apparently very widespread. It's high intellectual potential. You can look it up.
Okay.
And it's a whole, that's because my friend, you see, she's been ADHD all her life. I only got my diagnosis in April. And she said that while I do show some correlation, some symptoms, I show some sign of, radically different in some ways, which match a lot of, this diagnosis. And I think even now we don't have that, that full level of discovery, because I feel like at the genetic level is just so much more intricate. And then you also bring in environmental factors after birth, which is what I was going to lead into when it comes to expectations. So you have a child, and obviously the child is hypersensitive, right? Because of the neurological impairments. So then if there is a moment, now this is even precluding the fact that the parents, aren't the types who are, uneducated or abusive or anything like that. But even if there was a situation where let's say for something imperative, something crucial, there needs to be a certain sequence that's imposed by the world, whether in school, whether in the family or whatever, and you have to follow it. The parents or teachers, they don't always catch that that's a stressful, experience for the child, or multiple such experiences. And then obviously the child in question can't articulate what they feel, or they don't know how to process the experience they feel. And so that leads to, as you say, it develops a certain anxiety around failure specifically, right? Because it's more than anything, it's failure and the fear of perceived failure, which causes more stress than a lot of things I feel in life among the different fears. But failure is definitely one of them, because our society on the spiritual, financial, emotional level is predicated on essentially not failing, right? Because in some ways, if you go further than that, it's also survival, human survival, right? It almost seems like everything in life is very important, and if you fail something which could be very innocuous, it's almost as if you lost the chance to get this job which would have made you rich, or gain this relationship which would have changed your life, or you missed your chance to write this book or something like that. And so I see this in myself and a lot of my friends who are neurodivergent, and I just heard it here. It's sometimes easier to just give up, to overthink a lot about planning how exactly to do something, being bogged down in the details. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. So I wanna specify my experience with it too, because I want to distinguish it a little bit. So first thing, I'm sure you're aware that ADHD impacts dopamine, and there's impacts to the hippocampus, and there's overlap with autism as well.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some differences. But what I think is very
For sure.
interesting is, so there's two regions at the front of the brain that will basically pump out more and more activity, which is going to provide a sense of reward and motivation, as well as
Mm-hmm.
focus. And this is in a typically developed person. And they do this,
Mm-hmm.
this process happens whenever they're doing a long sequence of things. So this could be even just simply memorizing something and then making it to the finish line. So if you have 7 steps and you're moving closer and closer towards that 7th step, you have these regions of your brain getting more active, giving you more ability to concentrate, which gives you a greater capacity to do what's called like look ahead and look back. So you're able to know where you are because you're able to think about the steps in the future and the steps in the back. And this is exactly what I think is impaired. And this gets into procedural memory, which is what I've been geeking out on as maybe the root of the impairment, because that's all connected. So what I think is happening is I don't experience motivation in the standard way, which is being able to think, okay, I'm going towards step 7, and moving towards it in and of itself is its own reward. So I think when people experience failure, they do have this step 7 in their mind, and maybe it seems unrealistic, or maybe they have some other sense that moving towards this is going to be confusing or unclear. For me, I have none of it. So it's like it's all meaningless. The only thing I have are my fantasies, and I know that they're not real. So what I do is to motivate me to do anything, I've imagined that I'm going to win the greatest awards. I'm going to be a famous rapper. I'm going to be a famous dancer. And I know it's not real, but it doesn't matter, because it's the only way that I can go, in space towards anything at all. So I've used fantastical imagination as the way that I get things done, but for me, that actually gets discouraged. So if somebody wanted me to go somewhere, they'd have to tell me that I would get super lucky, it would be my big break, and this is where my biopic starts when they make a movie about my life in 15 years. If you tell me that, I'll go. And that's not what our culture wants people to do, because they think that they'll pathologize that belief. And I can tell you, you don't have to. And I believe that's coming from episodic memory, which seems to be intact. And that region of the brain in autistics tends to be hyperconnected, extremely dense, much denser than the typical person. And I believe it's the right, I'm going to forget, maybe it's dorsolateral hippocampus, but it's somewhere on the right side of the hippocampus, not the left. And that's where I think I'm compensating, but it's such a weird way to compensate. I wouldn't tell people, because I don't want people to believe I'm delusional or to think that I'm going to be disappointed. I'm like, no, I know all of it's bullshit, don't worry. But my mind living it as if it's already happened, as if because it's not just, episodic memory isn't just events that happened in the past, it's also mental time travel forward into the future. It's your imagination. So if I allow myself to just use that to propel me forward, now my my organism can move through space. Whereas if you tell me about the steps, I do not think the regions of my brain that properly reward or focus me work. So to me, it's just pointless for me to do that. So I don't think I overthink, but what I do is I get discouraged by my society to do the mechanism that actually works for me, which is to imagine something fantastical is going to happen. Because I think
let me
Go
just rephrase that a second then, Jane, because I do the exact same thing as you. My whole life has been the same thing, where the only true motivation that I felt was the transient dreams, or these images that I had of like the future that I want, that I have my books that I want to write, for example, or that I wanted to visit this place. And it never was a sequential order. It was just this thing that I wanted to do, or that thing that I wanted to do. Time didn't matter. It never matters. It just always exists there. And you're right. Society kind of doesn't really push for that, because it's like it runs on sequences, like milestones, like you got to do this, you got to do that,
right,
at this time, at that time, right? But I think it's also like that runs on, societal systems of dependence. And now there's interdependence, right? Which is healthy enough, but also codependence as well.
Yes.
Also, I was going to mention this thing too. Speaking like sort of like scientifically, now I'm not as good, I'm not as well phrased in this as you, but I remember I read an article on the different types of dopamine, both tonic and phasic dopamine, which is to do with like the function of dopaminergic neuron activity. I think they do work differently, and as to how some tasks are sort of like more difficult than others in terms of which type of dopamine you receive from them.
Yes.
And obviously for like ADHD or you got what I mean.
Yeah, I'm familiar with this. Yeah, I'm not sure how that. I've read only about that with ADHD. Come to think of it, I do not know how that changes with autism. But also, dopamine and autism is kind of an afterthought. Like it is something that's looked at, but it's like it's an inevitability because of the changes in the hippocampus. Like it has to be processed differently. There's and I should say it communicates differently. Maybe not processed. That's the wrong way to put it. But like dopamine is communicating differently in the brains of autistic people. But I don't know any of the details of as to how it breaks down.
I also just like kind of realized I kind of came back to what I was gonna say in response to the last thing that you said about your experience, right? About not being able to sort of like sequence things linearly very well. And then I also just realized that when I said the last thing that I said, I also lost complete grasp of the sequence of things that I wish to say. And then I kind of remembered a bit of it again now, which is like what you said, these fantasies. Now, we can use different names for it, but I also feel it's like it's maybe your intuition, maybe faith in things, maybe it's like it's just an impulse that just comes in. I don't know. I feel like
it's a logic.
All of us, huh?
There's a logic to it. That's why I think sometimes it's frustrating to talk about because it will sound more romantic than anything else. But I also think that I'm seeing the relationships and then saying, well, this is in some world possible. Maybe I'm not the person that can do it, but since this thing is possible, why don't I try to get as close to that as I possibly can? And now that's interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I guess it's just a matter of I don't know. I think environment is obviously a big thing. I think once you get the environment sorted out and you're not too worried about your survival, it becomes a matter of you're not sort of like not so shackled anymore to the different orientations kind of society. Or this is not to say that like you ought to be a millionaire and that works out, because people are in wouldn't I know about being in difficult circumstances right now, but it's just you have this mist of direction, and this is I guess what I said at the beginning is like, what are you going to commit to every day, like in whatever shape or form? But it's about motion because it builds momentum, right? You want to build some sort of momentum.
Yeah, and yes, and that's my thinking as well. I think like what I'm curious about is that how people typically build momentum is that the regions of their brain rewarding them in those frontal I'll have to get the exact regions. It's like some PFC region, but it's on the left and right sides, and both of them typically are active. I don't know what happens if one side gets damaged or the other gets damaged. I'm just starting to get into this, but if they're getting momentum because their brain is actually egging them on, like the language of that interaction to their brain is basically a feedback loop of, oh, we're going
stimulating them essentially.
Yeah, it's stimulating them, exactly. So then for people who don't have that, you need something equally stimulating is what I'm suggesting. So that's why autism, it kind of seems like a no-brainer. We already know that we have this passionate connection to special interests, but we don't understand it well enough. If we do, we can apply whatever's making us do that to other kinds of things. But I still think it has to be translated from somebody who thinks in sequences relying on these frontal lobes to what we do, to pull out and extract the parts that we can actually use, leave the rest, because getting any of it done is better than nothing. And having some successes and victories, under our belt, I think would also encourage us to try new things and to deal with some of the, smaller, large T trauma that has come from a childhood and lifetime of this being impossible to actually keep up with other people in any meaningful way, because that hurts. It hurts a lot. And I do also agree that like the environment is the key, and also that for a lot of things with autism, just throwing money at it would fix a lot, which is sad to say, But I also think that we're
almost like the governments, if they gave support, to people who needed it.
Yeah, well, I would say I think we're significantly disabled enough that even like traditional disability doesn't make sense. That should be a separate category to autism disability, and it should be a brand new thing. I think this is possibly a civil rights issue because we have 80 to 90% unemployment rates, or even under an unemployment is what you can get, somewhere between 80 and 90%, and that's not lifelong. That's a snapshot as far as I've seen from the studies. So it's impossibly high, such that you can't say that this environment is tenable for autistic people. You have to say that. Okay,
well, this fills me with much what's the word? Anticipation for the coming months, I guess, because I applied for a sort of disability grant here in the UK. I had to do a work capability assessment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I have my autism, my ADHD diagnosis. I'm also, I don't have a diagnosis of CPTSD, but I've worked with trauma counselors and therapists. They have a very extensive record, not to mention, police reports of domestic abuse and attempted murder and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And all that, apparently also it wasn't enough to deem me sort of unfit to work at this moment, so to speak. But not even the fact that because like before I ran away from home at the beginning of last year, I used to work 3 jobs, 70 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just like dropped that completely. I had no energy, and then the typical stuff like night terrors, chronic headaches.
Mm-hmm.
These days with the medication with ADHD, I have no appetite basically,
Right.
and all of that put together, it's like, but that's classic NHS. Maybe it's different in the US, but over here it's like either they can't decide whether they want you to kill yourself, I suppose, or like literally be at the worst possible step imaginable, and maybe they'll do something.
Right. Yeah, it's very similar in the US. In the US, we have the additional problems with like our healthcare system is all basically private, and if you have any sort of like government funded insurance, it's not very good, and you're probably not going to be able to communicate to anyone who takes you seriously. So the problem with disability in the United States, I think, is that there's a lot of people who earn money on interventions and drugs. So if you aren't so bad that you need interventions and drugs, then you're not attractive to anybody, even like lobbyists. So to say to somebody like, you need to invest in autistic people because later down the road you'll have people who are not only functional members of your society, but also can contribute in unique ways, because they do tend to have these strengths developed, if it's possible, that you would not develop in this way without this kind of brain, without this kind of pressure, and without this kind of lack of. It's kind of like if one sense is gone, another one hyper develops. So we'd have to sell them on that idea in the United States, and nobody's going to make money on that. So we have a very
frankly, I don't think they care, and it's not even about the making of the money in that field of things. It's rather that whether it's the pharmaceutical companies or whatever.
Yes.
It's like, what is it like? They don't exactly benefit from people, especially with mental disabilities, because I think they're also more likely to be more resistant to work exploitation. Well, that depends, but I mean, I think if they were to get support, they would be more resistant to it, and that's what employers don't want.
Yes. Well, currently they get to blame autistic people for being fired or quitting, right? Like we're just not tough enough or something, because the under and unemployment is coming from being fired, but also from having to quit, like becoming so burnt out that you have an autistic regression, and now your daily living skills are not even happening at the level of what you were able to accomplish prior to this burnout, and that can take years to recover from, and it's also poorly understood, and is only barely understood because now we're at the point that typically developed people need to understand their burnout, and autistic burnout, while different, is still also coming from work environments. So currently they can just blame the autistic and not say that the work environment was actually impossible and not it was basically violating the Americans with Disabilities Act, right? Like it wasn't actually compliant after all, but it currently looks compliant, so you would have resistance for that reason as well.
But honestly, I just feel like it's even that is just saving face for the most of it.
I agree.
The truth kind of, they just simply don't care. It's as simple as that.
No, I agree. Which is damning for our species, but yes. But we don't have phenomenal people in positions of power. That's also the issue. Like they're there for reasons that are more related to their parents.
So this actually stumbles into my current theory of interest, which is the mimetic spread of ideas and the degree to which human beings are the product of the memes that live inside their mind rather than some sort of innate status of that human being. And that it's not necessarily as damning about human beings in general, rather damning of the kinds of ideas that exist at the moment within the mind spaces of the human species.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get deeply into that topic at the moment, but I wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's quite a salient point that you made.
Yes. I feel you support. There's so many topics that were like almost hit on that I'm like, I should not start these.
Yeah, well, that is an important skill for us to develop in general, but also in spaces like this, is that it often is useful for us to designate two speakers to be the ones who are mostly talking, and the other ones take time to listen, and if they have something salient, to add it in briefly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, generally speaking, the kinds of people who are in this call right now can do a pretty good version of just calculating who we collectively think ought to continue speaking at a given point and letting them go. But it is a difficult skill, and a lot of autistic people won't have developed it in that same way. Because it is a very difficult social language skill.
Right. Also, I wanted to add to that too, since it's my project channel thing, like I'm heading it, I have a slight bias towards getting the liberty to talk a bit longer, and I am aware of that. So if at any point that's getting to be too much, please, I would take no offense to be like, I would like to speak more. That's totally cool.
I was gonna also say to support here, that's interesting. So I also feel the same thing. I have difficulties in, I think this is, to me, it's more tied to my trauma, I would say, as much as my neurodivergent difficulties. But it's also like just simply feeling, or just this guilt of simply speaking out, or like if you have things to contribute, because everyone has thoughts that they would want to share, to sort of like add to things. I think all of us want to do it in a constructive way, but it's almost like you don't know when to, because you feel like maybe you're being rude if you sort of step in, or you worry that perhaps you would say too much. It's a common one that I deal with.
I mean, if you're constantly, especially in other aspects of your life, around people that don't get it, that usually tell you that you're speaking too much, it will make us not want to talk most of the other time too. Mm-hmm. Especially if we know that we can't really read it the same. And, I know that most of us are, have issue with body language and stuff, but even though we're bad at it, like currently in this kind of space, we don't have that at all. So.
Mm-hmm.
Great. But I was just going to finish, or actually go first.
Yes. I'm going to invent a word on the fly here and say my thought mate. That is thought mate, as in my person who thinks with me in important ways throughout my life. Rowan has the idea that it is that CPTSD is inseparable from growing up autistic in our current society. And to some degree, we're having ongoing difficulties separating out what is caused by CPTSD and what is caused more specifically by autism due to that fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's...
what I also...
That's a fun research.
Yeah. Man, I was ready to jump on that. Support, I also think it's like, because you can sort of see both as spheres that kind of overlap, like in a Venn diagram, right? Mm-hmm. I just think that depending on the upbringing and the circumstances and situation, like, you're right. I also think that the circles never truly diverge. but it can be like pretty small to where it's, let's say, like majority symptoms are purely from ASD, or there will be like a big correlation, where sort of like it is touched by CPTSD as well.
Yeah,
So
oh, go ahead.
I heard it said by a single person at one point that apparently, according to them, the data shows that growing up autistic for an autistic person is as stressful as growing up in a war zone for a non-autistic child.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah. And
I highlight that I do not personally have any expertise on the validity of that specific statement, but
if it feels valid to you, it is.
There are similar statements. And I'm not sure, because you've mentioned it before, if I knew it prior to you mentioning it. Now it may just have gotten souped up in my brain. But there are similar studies to that too that compare the relative trauma and outcomes and life outcomes and suicidality and many other things between autistics and people who have been in severe trauma. And there is scary, not even similarities, but complete overlap.
And I think it's actually worth mentioning that because of what Jane was talking about earlier, that the tools for how to be autistic and do things, how to get past the fact that autism seems to bring with it an inability to prioritize, to interact with models of how to do that are based on linear, step-based, goal-oriented movement, that it is impossible for any autistic person to grow up into this moment in history in a sufficient, healthy environment, because that environment has yet to be invented because of the specific linguistic and conceptual needs that we have yet to develop the tools for.
Right. And they would be, physical. They would be like every aspect of life could be touched by this, but also just the conceptual tools. We don't have those to make our environments predictable.
And I think it is worth mentioning because Jane and I both, in different ways, had extremely positive developmental places. Our parents, our families, both gave us very useful things for us. My parents are absolutely supportive in every way a parent can be expected to be of a non-autistic child.
Right.
And Jane's parents gave her a degree of autonomy and support in her goal setting that I have frankly never heard of before.
Yes.
And neither of these things have kept either of us from developing severe CPTSD. I personally am plural, so I had such sufficient trauma that my mind decided that separating into multiple identities was the healthiest way to move forward to deal with all of that trauma.
Exactly.
So dissociating then, yeah?
Yeah, it's there's
the
DID.
newer name for it, yeah.
Yeah, there's DID and there's ODSB-1 or something like that. I am the second type because DID brings with it the idea that your memories between identities are segmented, and ODSB does not necessarily have that. We seem to share all of our memories between our different headmates.
That is an interesting distinction I did not know existed. And I've looked into DID at different points, so this is good information for me to have.
Yeah.
I know someone that probably has something like this mixed with something, so thank you for giving that. That might explain something for me.
Of course, and actually I'll introduce myself. Hi, I'm Lotus of the support system. I am one of our
Your name finally makes sense to me. Thank you.
Yes.
I've been wondering the entire time, and every time I've spoken to you.
Much obliged.
This finally makes sense.
Well, I guess I have then a question in terms of, I suppose, asking for guidance and support. Because then what would you then, it's like, you're right. the reality of our era, right? It is the truth that with these conditions, there's no support in some ways, or rather, the environment isn't sort of set to be conducive to easy development, to put it lightly, at least. And so, for me, like guidance, as I'm trying to find it right now, it's like, what do I do when I come from the opposite end of the spectrum, where my circumstances were extreme CPTSD from very real abuse and stuff, which eventually led me to have to run away, and then obviously it's like I don't have a physical support circle. I was an immigrant originally, and then when I left, it's a different country, and then I'll have to leave again soon in a few months, and I'll be in a different place where I'm entirely on my own in the world, right? And all of my relatives are in different countries and elsewhere. So the way that I saw fit, or I see fit at the moment to move forward, while I kind of relate to accepting myself and sort of like the neurodivergent parts and sort of how to orientate my environment internally to accommodate for that. It's like, how do I reconcile with the reality of the world when I have to deal with these things purely on my own? Because that is just what I have to do.
Sorry, I was partially distracted for the end of your question, but I have an answer to what I saw at the beginning, which is that it sounds like what you'll probably have to do is learn 2 sets of skills for dealing with CPTSD if you have developed CPTSD both from a kind of trauma that is not the trauma of developing as an autistic person in our society, and that you'll have to do the traditional methods that work for people who've gone through the kind of more direct trauma that you already know about and have worked on, but also whatever ends up being built for the trauma of growing up like autistic, disabled with autism, without any support tools for that fact. Does that make sense?
It does.
And
you.
Are there additional parts of what you asked that weren't addressed by my answer? Because I missed some of what you said.
I mean, I could qualify some things. So, for example, like I am actually very much like it's just some things become an obsession and a compulsion too, where whenever I kind of started understanding some things, engaging in therapy, and then putting myself out there in moments where I try to work on, I don't know, working on codependence or fixing servants and stuff like that, I got this sort of obsession with reading the literature, looking at videos, because I can't access therapy. I don't have the money for it. And so I try to do everything myself in some ways and try to get as much support from, friends or people that I know in that field. So my thinking is that in that nebulous future point where I suppose I'm fit enough to get through the CPTSD elements in some ways and the triggers, then comes the neurodivergent aspect of things. And it's like, how do I deal just being myself, I guess, out in the world?
Yeah, so I think it's just a cumulative process of applying all the different therapeutic skills that you're developing and applying the new skills that we are developing here, Jane and I, and the input from everyone else also comes in, right? Trying to find the model for how autistic people need the model and tools that autistic people need to support ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I guess I'll mention this last thing quickly, is I got so used, I look back at anecdotes in the past, different things, events, and before kind of things got real bad in some ways, there was a period in my early childhood. And a lot of things seem to me typical, DSM-5 register things, right? Like a lot of different anecdotes that I've read on Reddit or by other people that I know who are on the spectrum, right? But then I just got so dependent and not to say, well, actually, I think capable enough somewhat to bear with what's the word, linearity, right? With sort of the what's the word, admin things, all these types of things, but really from a place of severe anxiety and sort of last minute, that kind of thing,
right,
and guilt. And then
Oh.
breaking away from that, it feels difficult to live.
So-
Right. Jane and I have a lot of experience with this idea that we built up guilt and anxiety making tools in our head as the way to attempt to mitigate and bypass our dysprioria. Right, Jane?
Exactly. Also, there's a fail-safe that I think we all have, where if we feel that we're in enough danger and the threat is significant enough, that we will move because it feels like a threat to our very survival. Like, so we're actually perhaps
Yes.
have learned to push ourselves even further into that level of pain because it makes us do something, right? But that's
right.
yeah,
True.
it's not
And
healthy.
that mechanism is a lot of the ways that autism gets misdiagnosed as other things, and we get people will talk about what's the term for when you like leave things to the last minute? And then
Procrastination.
Yeah, they'll call us procrastinators, but that's not it. What it is
Because it's not a choice.
Right, it's not a choice. We're disabled until a thing becomes so dangerous to us that we have no choice but to finally move.
Right.
And then we're finally able to put forth all of our often quite large capabilities and intelligence and like strong thought processes to bear, because we've had to focus our mind's tools to be able to accomplish things within that narrow window of the sense of inevitability of something occurring, because that takes away our dysprioria.
Right. And I wanted to add something onto this to distinguish it from other things that people in kind of the neurodivergent ADHD areas talk about. So they'll say that, like, oh, people who hold it off till the last minute, they're trying to prioritize themselves with novelty or create some sense of a deadline or urgency. I don't think that's what we're doing. I think we understand that if something is a threat to our life, it is meaningful for us to do something about it. We can understand why that is meaningful, right? We don't understand why the things people are telling us to do are meaningful, because that's not how we organize our thoughts. That's not where we get meaning.
Right.
What I found is that I needed to understand that I can make something meaningful because I understand it, that it's not necessary to make it meaningful because it feels bad, even though feeling bad in that way is very meaningful. What I'm actually looking for is for something to be meaningful. I should be motivated to find something meaningful, and it doesn't matter if it makes me feel bad or not. So why don't I pick the thing that's meaningful, that makes me feel good? I just thought that it was necessary for me to have something horrible. Our society doesn't encourage me to be happy. Something horrible be meaningful rather than something that I find wonderful or interesting or fascinating. So I think we've been pushed and reinforced and seen as profound when we experienced a lot of suffering, when we experienced and then articulated that suffering to other people. They also said it was meaningful. So there's many reinforcing elements here. And for us to say that what we actually care about is for the objects of our lives to be meaningful, and that it's not fair that it was put behind this velvet rope of it must feel bad, it must be horrible, and you must suffer.
Absolutely. And I think a personal anecdote I have can be useful at this moment, to talk about the fact that a lot of my disability actually is an inability to interact with and prioritize things that are not worth any amount of priority, things that are not meaningful. And so I personally, I'm autistic, so I have special interests. My special interests are reading, language, communication, talking to people, social interaction. I had to drop out of high school. They also put me in the gifted program because I have a high process speed and am able to do very well on academic tasks when I do them. But I had to drop out of high school because I failed grade 12 English class 4 times, because my disability makes it so I am literally incapable of writing an English class essay in the way that they described it to me, because was nonsensical and meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
And my brain simply could not. And I need to highlight, like, I was horribly suicidally depressed about my failure in school, about the fact that through all metrics I've been told about, this is going to basically end my life if I cannot get this done. And yet, even sitting in the room doing an English exam in front of me, I could not write an English essay, even though every part of my being wanted to. I was not lazy, I was just incapable.
Of course. Thank you for sharing. That's I can relate to that feeling. That must have been, yeah.
Yes. Quite literally, it's the worst feeling I can imagine. And I also, due to my disability, had some of my teeth rot out of my mouth entirely. And that caused intense physical pain. And it was still
Terrible.
not as bad as the earlier experience I talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can relate to that because even with the anecdote at school as well, like it's interesting because my parents' culture, they're from Eastern Europe. Over there, there's no such thing as gifted kid. It's more, you have a comparable, better trophy to show off to other parents in some ways, or at least it was in my case. And so I think, because whenever I did my GCSE, so when I was, I think, 17, my parents denied me to choose the subjects that I wanted, for university. They simply just said no. And I think that's when the abilities, as you say, of being able to comprehend the linearity of some instructions for some subjects and some exams just crumbled. And I think it was just made a lot more difficult because of family nearly divorcing, a lot of other things, stuff like that. And it's just, I didn't understand. I also thought that in some ways it's almost funny because my guilt and the guilt tripping and all that kind of stuff did stave off the suicidality a fair bit in my case, and I just buried and I just blame myself and try to kind of make different self-delusions to get just through this situation, but it did come to a point when a few years later, I think it was in my year abroad, where it was the time that I did actually feel like I just saw no direction in life in some ways. But I think it's what you were saying, Jane. It's I still had the meaning that you describe. I also think it's not even a separation even. Rather, it's like the things that you pursue and do that are meaningful, and you are one and the same.
Yes, exactly.
You're
Exactly.
reinforcing who you are. And so
Yes.
I still had an idea, at least because at the time, I was way in a different country. I could have jumped from the window because I was living in a big apartment, but I didn't because, I still had the dream of maybe writing the book, maybe trying something again because the parents were there, maybe doing something else. And that's what I realize now. It's just it is very hard to do what doesn't come natural.
I just had a crystallization about how we as autistic people can self-describe in a way that will be easy for us, because I think most of us have the experience of it being quite hard. But we simply need to put it in the terms of, and I'll just go into an example, hi, I'm Lotus. I am a thinker, a supporter, a communicator, right? Put it in the terms of ER words that describe the things that you value doing, rather than attempting to describe yourself as a person object that you don't inhabit. Which, right, I can describe other people, but I can't describe myself because I am myself. This is not an object I'm able to get a good look at. But I know very much, very intimately, the things that I want to do and value doing.
You know the features of the object that are stable. So I haven't said this element, which I should. So autistics are good with semantic memory, and that's one of the components that I think we're using rather than procedural. Semantic and episodic would be what we use instead. And there's two kinds of, or they break down semantic memory in two ways if you're looking at these memory researchers, and I think it's very helpful. One way is global configural. So that's the one we wouldn't have because our visual spatial learning and memory is impaired. The other one is local featural. So this is what I'm arguing, is that we can do local featural, and to make it bigger or smaller, then you just go up levels of abstraction and you go to a more abstract object, right? So we're very
What is
good
local global exactly?
So local would mean it's one thing and you're not concerned about the like the forest of the trees is one way that it's thought of, right? So you're looking at one tree rather than the whole forest of trees. Global is being considering of everything as contextual, right? So sometimes they'll say autism is context blindness. So we're much more fixated and focused on taking one object at a time and then listing all the features of it, as opposed to taking all of the objects and observing how they are configured in space in relationship to each other. Yeah. So I think even when we do understand what looks like global configural, we've actually just made a more abstract or larger object that contains all of those things as a feature. So we zoomed out.
Matrix.
Yeah, exactly. So saying all this to say that when we're trying to understand ourselves or our goals, I think we have to move over to understanding that first we need to pick out what is an object and then understand all the features about that. And that's true for ourselves as well. It's just that we are a special kind of object that we inhabit and also know the features because we are compelled to increase those features or decrease those features. So we have this odd compulsion to develop certain things and to maybe resolve certain things. I think autistic people are very motivated in a very peculiar kind of way because of this. And if this gets thwarted, we can experience a very special kind of pain, I think, as well. But we also, it's I think what keeps us from going forward with suicidal ideations, because ultimately there's something inside of us that has this strong sense that I want to develop this further, and I know that I can, and I know that it's worth doing. And that's what's kept me moving. And also, I wanted to note, when you're saying about like sort of like these fantasies or delusions that we might inhabit, we need a better word for it, because it really is, our episodic memory, and we're using it to create a sense of where we might be in the future. Because if we don't have a normal way of figuring out where we are, because global configural spatial
let's call it maybe conditioning, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, we don't have words for it. It's not just conditioning. Like, what's the alternative?
True.
We have to invent it. Yeah, but just to note that, to remind you to put a positive shading on top of that for the future, because I think that's one of our best skills. And I think that when we learn that we can put it towards ourselves and our goals, and not towards saving our saving face or saving ourselves from the threats of other people, then I think we'll be a lot more stable and healthy. Because my concern is when it feels like we're using one of our best qualities to save ourselves from threats from the outside. That's just it hurts, and we're more likely to denigrate and kind of capitulate to the society and what they say, because we're already under threat and feeling like outsiders and outcasts and all these other serious threats to our survival.
Wait, Lotus, can I ask you a question? Do you watch anime by chance?
I watch some anime, but I mostly do not watch any anime any longer.
Fair. Sorry for the tangent. Classic, see? I was going to say that there was a line in an episode not too long ago in the show Hell's Paradise. And to what you said now, Jane, by accepting my own weakness, I can finally sense the weakness of others. Moving forward while wavering, that is strength. Something about that line specifically got me thinking that when we stop sort of categorizing or using, as you say, our skills to try to anticipate, predict, and then sort of mitigate for outside risks, maybe it gets easier. I think it does. I think I've tried this slowly,
Yeah, I think so.
Really interesting thought that your quote brought to mind for me is that, oh dang it, could you please repeat that line from the anime?
Yeah. So the line goes, by accepting my own weakness, I can finally sense the weakness of others. Moving forward while wavering, that is strength.
Yeah, so there is a predominance in our society that teaches us to internalize a fixed mindset rather than a growth mindset, to internalize that we simply are a certain way rather than we are currently a certain way and how we are can change. And it actually prevents people from wanting to learn about weaknesses that they have. It causes us to try to, to avoid knowledge about ourselves. And it does it in a false belief that we are strong if we don't know about our weaknesses. But what is actually true is that through knowledge of our weaknesses, we can then build strength. Through that, we can build up strength in those areas. And we can also build up strength by recognizing where we are weak and avoiding those areas. Both.
Right.
There is this idea that knowledge of failure and weakness and related concepts should be avoided so that you can keep a strong sense of self-worth, because they are building a self-worth from the model of a fixed mindset of either you should have self-worth because you are strong, or you should not because you are not strong. And of course, all of this is linked back to what is probably the primary root of a lot of our psychoses as a society, which is misogyny through the model of feminine and masculine.
Yeah. I wanted to speak a little bit for anyone who's curious, and if you haven't heard of growth mindset. So that's the work of Carol Dweck. And the whole concept is that the hand you're dealt with is just the starting point for development. And if you have a growth mindset, that's the idea. If you have a belief that your basic qualities are things you can cultivate through your efforts, and even though people differ in every which way in initial talents and aptitudes and your interests or temperaments, everyone can change and grow through application and experience. And that also, people doing that enriches the whole field. So whatever they're doing, it's only going to be as good as its weakest student, essentially. Like if you have somebody that fails spectacularly, I would love to study why they're failing spectacularly. You're going to learn more about what the demands of that discipline or skill are by looking at the person who's not able to do most of it than you will the person who's in the middle of the pack. So it's also just valuable as like something we can contribute. But on a personal level, if you have this fixed mindset, then you believe that you have essentialist qualities, which gets into how did that get so far? Well, we have this belief in essentialist qualities assigned by what sex you are, female, male, and many religions have exploited that in various ways. And that's a whole other tangent that I'm always happy to do.
And
but yeah.
Just to highlight, essentializing is another large thought error that we do in our society far, far too often.
Right.
But even things like conservatism, in a sense, which is, essentializing is a large part of that. Usually it's done out of fear, but also desire to gather resources to serve one's needs, right? It's a survival strategy.
Yes, it's and this gets into the idea of like a shared reality that's constructed culturally or socially. So those people are saying, well, we're going to be very powerful by having our resources. We're going to stockpile all of the resources, and then we're going to tell each other the same story as to why the resources are with us, how the world works, and if reality disagrees with us, we will throw money at people until everyone believes that the emperor has beautiful new robes on and he's parading through town, and he see what I'm saying? So it's like
and this is a topic where the value of memetics as a lens really shines to me, is because through the lens of memetics we can study why the ideas in a person's head are doing the things they are doing, rather than looking at why the person is doing what they are doing.
Right.
Because with specific people of any political ideology, but it's easier to work with conservatives because, in my opinion, they are more mimetically ill, and therefore their behaviors are easier to point to and identify.
Yep.
So a conservative isn't aware of those things that Jane just explained, but the role that the ideas and thoughts in their head, the memes and memeplexes, what they are doing for them is doing those things. It is providing them with justification for why they and people like them ought to take all of the resources. And because it has focused them on this, that thought complex is now in opposition to the thought complex of we should work to make more resources such that when they are shared evenly, everyone has what they need. And this person should probably be treated more effectively as someone who is sick with an infectious thought that they need help removing, rather than what is often done, being called a bad person.
Right, because you're dealing with a diametrical opposition between
Exactly.
these two extremes, essentially.
And those are essentialist, right? So then you're looking for the essential good, the essential bad. And I like to call it, it's like a light switch. So I would just call this light switch. So then as soon as you start to install good and bad, you're going to work through a whole gamut of metaphors and like historical fictions. So we know who gets to go to good and who gets to go bad. Even if we decide to flip it, we still know who the quote unquote opposites are supposed to be. So you'll have day, night, alive, dead, man, woman, potentially white, black, intellectual, laborer.
At the core of it, it's us versus them, isn't it?
Oh, it is, absolutely. But the point of it, it's more specific in that us versus them is too neutral. This is saying that I am in safety, therefore you are in danger, because nothing can be bilocational. I'm going to be in the place of safety, therefore you must be in the place of danger. And this is why you'll get men who, in order to assert their dominance, will just say, I am not a woman. Like their whole shtick is to say, well, I may be failing in every which way, but I'm not her.
And this is why you have the specific behaviors of a man who feels like a failure in every way, using a woman as an outlet for their hatred and violence at the world, right?
Indeed.
Because it's not us versus them. It's me. It's about me. It's about them individually and putting themselves in the safe, and then picking some them, any them, to be not safe,
right? Because
the light switch bias says that for me to be safe, someone else has to not be safe.
And we have morality.
Oh, you go first.
Let me add one note to that too, because it's important, and that adds the element for humans of morality. So if we said that safe danger is now associated with this concept of good and bad, only the truly good knows where that line of good and bad is. So by announcing what's bad, you have proclaimed yourself exceptionally good.
Right. And because of what we are as evolved beings, almost everything breaks down to safety and danger, right? And so like what love is best modeled as a sense of safety and security, right? Yeah.
Even happiness you could correlate to
what happiness is being safe. Yeah.
But then there's also the other metric, because
safe and satiated, to be specific.
But it's like the other metric for me beyond safety and satiation is also I guess maybe the other side of the spectrum, which is for me more practically, it was sort of like to sort of be treated as a human being to the extent that your rights are respected.
Yes, that makes sense. But I think if we broke that down, that is probably a higher level construct built out of things that come pretty directly from safety.
Yeah, so
Probably, yeah.
So you're saying being respected, right? So that requires other people to acknowledge and make an agreement with you that says, you see what I'm saying? So as soon as they don't respect you as a person and they start to treat you like an object, then they stop treating you as let me think about this carefully. So they stop treating you as part of whatever dynamic that they have for morality.
Oh, let me jump. Sorry. The word person there is doing all the effort. When someone treats you like a person means they treat you with respect, and what they treat with respect is your safety needs. Right?
Yeah. So
Or rather, I would have thought it's an equal, no?
yeah,
Right.
and it
Right,
is
well,
to
the
be an equal, but also
the idea is related to that they do not harm equals. That
right.
they respect the safety concerns of equals.
And the reason we would want to do that, though this could get bastardized, is this like very simple thing of like our eyes are at the front of our face and not on the back. So if I'm looking in one direction and you're looking towards me and past me in the other, we already know more about our environment just from that alone. And then we get into something about how we can communicate ideas over time. And we don't have to look at those far away lands anymore. Somebody else already looked there and we can trust them and we wrote them down. However, now we can have people that exploit that and say, well, I have all the knowledge, and then create kind of a cult of personality where they tell people where safety and danger is, and they can do escalating threats to say, well, no, don't leave, don't go anywhere to map where safety or danger is. Everything is dangerous except what I tell you. So this can be very easily abused, but the fundamental thing what we want is to have an extension of our own brain because we have limited lifespans and we have limited, ability to take in knowledge. We have very fixed capacities there. As impressive as they may be, they aren't sufficient to keep us alive. We need each other.
Ooh.
You broke up a little bit there, Jane. Are you?
It wasn't just me then.
Yeah.
Okay, Jane, you just broke up for about the past 30 seconds or so. I don't think
you went into a different dimension potentially.
It was her.
Okay. I was just saying that. Can you hear me? Yeah,
yes,
I was just saying that as impressive as our our cognitive abilities are, we can't keep ourselves alive without one another. So what we're attempting to do is to store the knowledge that other people have accumulated that's beyond our lifespan and our capacity for calculating information. We can't do that. We don't have the right equipment. Maybe supercomputers that we make into AI will, but we don't. So we need to have this information from other people. And I was saying that this can be abused easily, which I think that part went through. But ultimately, what we want from other people is for them to act as if our interest is their interest because we are sharing information accurately with each other. So this is a huge problem if we don't make that explicit. Yes, trust is the foundation of everything, and
that form of knowledge exchange is another form of safety where you grow your sense of self into the knowledge that you hold, and you deposit it in other people, so that even if you die, the whole of what you want, your goals and your knowledge and your models, don't die with you, right?
Right.
Of course.
And in that way too, I think because we can understand our own intellect and we're able to understand that other people have similar intellects, we really do only have an ability to care for ourselves, but we can include more people into the extended self, I think. And I don't think that's
I was just
bad.
thinking that this sounds very analogous to me well, not very analogous. There's a useful analogy here between us and the culture that we are happy to be part of, and cells in a body.
Yes.
Right? There is very much a meta living creature that we are part of. And if that doesn't die when we die, then we are happy that is living on, because the support of that meta creature is important to us in the same way that our own lives are important to us.
Right. And that's probably just, deeply instinctual. That would be interesting. I don't know a lot about theories of
the
what
concept of
that
humanity
exactly is.
or the metaphysical concept of maybe what God is, or what a person could consider to be God.
No, sorry, I didn't mean metaphysical. I meant meta as in a level of living creature that
no,
is
but I also do
higher
believe
than
that
the level we're on.
Yeah, for sure. But I think it's like that instinctual sort of feeling as well. Well, I guess it's just the names really don't matter.
It's more of humanity as a permanent object is what I think it would be. So now that we understand that time and space are really not what we think it is, it's easier for us to wrap our heads around this. But there's something that we perceive as the story of humanity that outside of a temporal view would be the object of humanity. and that object could be more impacted by our actions or less impacted by it. And there may be certain things where we feel compelled to, especially as autistics, for example, adjust the features of this object of humanity that is somewhat outside of space and time as we understand it, and just always is. And that's important to us somehow. Like we have I think we have a sense of aesthetic and beauty for this reason as well. Like it's odd feeling of wanting people to be healthy, wanting to see healthy people, wanting to be healthy ourselves. So it's like the health of our species. We have some investment in. People who don't tend to be like sociopathic.
Invested in, yes. And I want to jump on quickly that Jane and I both consider the concept of dualism to be an unhealthy conceptual tool. And that's why I think we both jumped very quickly when you mentioned metaphysicality. We both jumped in quickly to sort of...
Oh, I wasn't even... Oh, so then it's just a failing for me to recognize the... Because if there is a division that is implied by the word, then I simply sort of didn't really sort of grasp the definition, I suppose, because I also don't believe that there is a division when it comes to the wholeness of of the being.
So, and working on our linguistic tools is a constant process that we always have to work on. And I'm not sure that I understand the implications of the term metaphysical as it is used.
It's also like, I just feel it's as you mentioned, like, things like R, for example. I was going to mention it,
Well, I think, sorry, very quickly, and I'll let you go back, but Jane, could you look up and hone your understanding of the term metaphysical and explain it to me after Brightspear's done talking?
Sure.
Thank you, Jane. Brightspear, say what you're going to say.
Yeah, I was going to bring it from again, like, now, see, I'm starting to second guess all the terms that I use, and some of these things like spiritual, for example, as to what the spirit... But see, that's actually, now that I think about it, you see, I'm thinking about it in real time right now, because I specifically was going to mention my alchemical research, right? So I study alchemy, among like a lot of other things, and they talk about the three pillars, right, and the division of the human being, right, the perfect being, as it were, and it's between the soul, the mind, and the body. And what you were saying earlier about the sort of like human desire to transcend the mind, as it were, to me, that's now that is an earnest attempt, perhaps, to perfect it, but I feel it goes sour often.
I can see something based off what you're saying as like there is a human desire that seems innate to humans for the soul to be a thing that exists. Even if we don't think that it is. But one interpretation of what the soul could be would be the living on not of your body or your mind, but rather the ideas that you value, that you hold within your mind and your body. Because your mind is not separate from your body. It is a category of your body.
And then you take that even further. It's not just your ideas. It's the ideas of... It's like if you take it from the singular atom to the...
It is not your ideas, but the ideas you value, which is different, right? Not your individual...
But I think it's more than that.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, I agree, but I think that applies more to the mind as opposed to the soul, whereas I think the soul encompasses, the cosmos, in a sense, as, what alchemists would sort of call it, right? The totality of, sort of like of knowledge.
And I think that this specific topic probably isn't useful to add onto our current conversation.
Yeah.
But I find it very interesting. Jane, hi.
Yeah, a couple things. So, and I wanted to check this too. So the thing about metaphysics is you could be speaking about several things. It just kind of depends if you're talking about specific academic branches or the academic discipline, or if you're speaking more about philosophy, which then it's a very traditional statement of what being is, and the problem occasionally comes up where it can be like mind-body dualism, or you get into questions of do we have a causal universe, or is there an essence?
I just realized, because the way the word is put together, metaphysics could mean the physics of physics.
Right.
Right? Like one abstraction above physics. But that is not how it is used.
No. it's typically not, and then it gets past where my understanding is, and I was looking into a couple things that I'm aware of. But well, I wanted to say a couple things. So like, so the idea of the soul, I want to poke at, and then I'll leave it. But okay, so for us as a species, and let's say we want to contribute to the future of the species and all this, what we're doing is increasing the complexity of the species. We're adding more meaning because everything that has happened before is also commenting on the meaning that is happening now and will happen later. So the universe is probably moving towards an increase in meaning because even our being here as time extends outwards is increasing meaning. It's increasing the complexity of the shapes and the meaning that the shapes have. So, and when I say shapes, I mean like the relationships. Like you have points that of data, and then they have relationships between them. So, for some reason, our species seems to trend towards this direction, and then the argument is that everything does. So rather than a soul, you could say there's something about us that reflects the nature of the universe moving towards complexity and an increase in meaning, and that is eternal in a sense because it would comment to the past and to the totality if that's even possible. So everything is referencing everything else. So that's one way of having kind of like a more spiritual thing that isn't going back to dualism. If you don't do that, then you start to split people into sections, into segments, which is a problem because then you're going to end up with a light switch. Eventually, one section will be considered better or worse than another, and they're in some sort of contest between each other. And I think that's the problem that we keep hitting, is that something is supposed to win out in some cosmic battle between good and evil. So as soon as you start splitting things, there's going to be people that are on Team Soul, like they're on Team Edward or something. Yeah.
Well,
Right.
naturally, but I will say this again. A big conclusion for me, I guess, from this, which I must thank both you guys for, is really working on the language, I suppose, because I suppose when I throw out terms like even divisions, starting about alchemy, like the 3 pillars, right? I could I would have to preface it with 20, 30 pages.
Right. And
of my findings and associations.
An important linguistic skill is to always be aware of what context you need to bring to a specific topic you want to talk about for the people you are talking about it with, right?
Agreed.
So when you're going to talk about alchemy with other people who know about that in the way you do, you won't have to bring as much context.
Right.
But somebody who knows basically nothing about alchemy is going to be making assumptions in their attempt to understand your sentences that are very unlikely to be the correct assumptions to get the meaning that you were trying to communicate.
And in this space in particular, I just want to encourage you to go through the process of clarifying terms. We love that. And further, if you know that you're situating the term in a specific discipline, like say, I mean this in the sense that, and then you can give us at least an overview of, even if it's not realistic to give us the whole overview to make your point, you could give us a general sense of exactly where this word is actually descending from, and then that's very helpful. Also, it gives you a chance to potentially give us direct metaphors. So if it turns out we don't have any overlapping interests and we don't know what you're talking about, then you could say, well, it functions like this other object, or it behaves like this other relationship, and then we might be able to follow the conversation a bit better.
And quickly, in passing, I want to say that through this conversation, I have decided that metaphysics and soul are 2 terms that I am not able to define well enough to be able to talk about. So if you try to use those terms with me, I'm not going to be able to understand what you're referring to at this point.
No, I agree entirely, Lotus, on that one. I suppose it's a nice reminder, because it's something that I have been experiencing more freshly, more that in my attempts to communicate with people. Different people have their own experiences, as you say, the way that they view things based on their inside biases, the information that they've stored, until you really know that person, sort of qualify the things you wish to say. I'm
And
guessing.
a broader way to describe those person's experiences would be to say that every person has their own context, because the context incorporates everything that is related to that person as an object, and will include their experiences, but also their, physical environments they've been in, and so on.
Yeah, it's I'm moving towards sort of doing that more consciously in a sense, whereas in the past it went between the context being either forced to.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt quickly. Jane, is your thing tonight?
Yeah.
We have gone long. I think you should
I should-
probably be ending stream right now.
I should be. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I should.
Okay, so guess what?
My
The rest of us do not have to leave this voice chat when you do. So Jane, you do what you need to do to end the stream.
Okay.
Do your stuff, right?
All right.
Thank you for the conversation, though.
Yeah, you guys can keep talking. I'm gonna you can stay in this Discord. I'm just gonna press the stop
Yeah,
stream button.